Hello everyone. A very bravely barefaced Selena here today. Hopefully you can hear my sound. Hopefully you can hear the cute little music. So if you can hear my mic and my music, give me a thumbs up in the chat, just so I know. And if anything needs to come up or go down in volume, let me know in the chat where I can see it. So I want to make sure I can be heard before we begin. Check the mic. Checking the mic. All right. You can hear my mic, but no music. Okay, I'm also getting an echo. Is it echoing on stream? Check a few settings here. Oh, you can hear music. Okay, cool. So you can hear mic and music now. Just really quiet. Okay, let's turn it up a little bit. No echo. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Super Ninja Evan, my husband, the greatest husband ever, for checking these levels with me because I'm super nervous. Okay, great. Awesome. Okay, so then give me a thumbs up in the chat, Evan, if this is a good mix of volumes right now, and then I'll get going if it's all good. Hello to anyone else just joining in. Thank you for stopping by my channel. Yeah, I'm gonna be showing you my stage makeup today for my Catwoman look, so I'm excited. Okay, we got a thumbs up. Great. Thank you so much, Super Ninja Evan, for moderating this little warm-up portion, and welcome to anyone who's coming in. Yeah, that is a thumbs up. I'm pretty sure that emoji is either a waving or like a thumbs up. You know, I'm old, so it's hard to see. Okay, great. So if everyone can hear me, then I'm just gonna go ahead and get started. You may hear a couple of clicks from my gaming chair here every once in a while. Yay, I'm so glad the framing looks good. Thank you so much for being so supportive, honey. I love you so much. Yeah, okay, so I'll just go ahead and get started. So what I'm going to be doing today is showing you the process of my stage makeup. This was requested by my Instagram followers who had chosen from a few different options that I had put out there, a few different things I was willing to teach, and wanted to know what they wanted to learn. So everyone voted in my story polls for the stage makeup. It was a close race, but everyone wanted to see my current process. So I will start by saying a little disclaimer that I am not a professional makeup artist by any means. I have limited skills with makeup, but everything that I've learned that I'm about to show you now, I have watched and learned from drag queens and other performers, and also trans burlesque performers. And all of those makeup tips have really helped me figure out what I need to do to my face with so many lights on me. Oh, I look beautiful. Oh, thank you. See, the best husband ever is in the chat. Thank you, honey. I appreciate you pumping me up. So yeah, after we voted on what everyone would like to know and learn and see, then everyone got to vote for how they wanted to experience it, whether they wanted it on a like quick 10-minute YouTube video or a YouTube live or a private Zoom workshop. So everyone voted for a YouTube live, and I'm sure people will be coming in and out throughout the day. So you're welcome to chill and hang out with me here or stop by whenever you can. And yeah, this will be up for the replay, and I'll also probably cut it down into a shorter video for the people who are more pressed on time. And yeah, that's the plan. It's just to do some stage makeup, and later tonight I'm going out with my wonderful husband in the chat, Evan. We're sorry for the clicking. We're going to one of our best local burlesque shows, a monthly burlesque show in Norwalk, Connecticut called Scandalous Saturdays Burlesque, and it's held at Troop 429 in Norwalk, Connecticut, every second Saturday. And afterwards, there's always a free dance party. It's called the Siren Sapphic Dance Party, and it's a blast. And they always have a bunch of go-go dancers that come through and perform. Some are the same performers that performed in the burlesque show prior. So props to those people, because going all night is hard. I know that. Oh, I love chilling with you. Oh, thank you. Your energy is magical. Clicking is very minor too. Good. Thank you. Every once in a while I'll take a sip of something and then I do that annoying person like, and I hate to be that person, but I just am sometimes. So sorry about it if it happens. All right. I got some caffeine here. Okay. So let's get right into it. So the other thing I wanted to say, back to disclaimers. So yeah, I don't have a ton of makeup experience. Everything I've learned from workshops that I've paid for with other performers and just free resources on YouTube University. People to check out that I would highly recommend, if you're into drag, follow your favorite drag queens and just go ahead and see what they do for their makeup. That's been really helpful for me, especially from the people that inspire me to see what they're up to. The other thing would be to check out Trixie Mattel's channel. He always does amazing stuff, especially like with drugstore things and finding good matches, good cheaper matches in the drugstore. So check out Trixie Mattel's channel. Check out your favorite drag queen's channel. Check out your favorite burlesque performer, drag king performer, any type of live performer. Check out the channel and see if they have a live makeup tutorial, or just a makeup tutorial in general, I guess. And yeah, definitely support them. You might learn something new and learn how to do your makeup a little better for the stage. So I listed all of the products that I'm going to be using today in the description. Some of them I do have an affiliate code for, so those are marked where appropriate. My affiliate link and affiliate code is with Queen Studio, which is Queen Herbie's makeup line. And I have a couple of things from her, like this liquid lip that we're going to use, and these awesome lashes. That have now become my go-to lashes that are just gorgeous. Those two things I live and breathe and die by right now. And so I wanted to share my code with you. And if you use the code StarKiller20 on Queen Studio's website, you will save you will choose whatever you want, and then you will save 20% on anything that you buy. So make sure to check the description down below for that link and the code again, and they're next to which products and which shades I use them in as well. Her lip stuff is divine, Evan. Thank you for the chatter. I love you so much. So the first thing I'm going to do, the first thing you want to do for your stage makeup is you're going to, let me just make sure that this is recording. So sorry. Okay. I'm also recording in OBS, and it's my first time streaming from OBS to YouTube, and I have this like vertical plugin so I could just capture everything for all the social media sites. So I'm learning a lot today. And if you're learning how to do stage makeup, you're learning along right with me too. So yes, my face has been washed. It has been moisturized and treated. So I washed it with a little oatmeal wash this morning. I put on some hyaluronic acid serum, and then I put on some moisturizer. And if you want to know what my pre-stage and post-stage face skin routine is, or just skin routine in general, because there's a lot to prep for burlesque. Let me know down in the comments if that's something you would want to see, and I'd be happy to make a little video on that for you. So the skin has been washed, it has been prepped and moisturized. I've also used some stuff under my eyes because I tend to get dark circles under my eyes no matter how much sleep or how little caffeine I use. So I'm all moisturized and ready to go. So now the first thing that I'm going to put on is the Fenty Beauty Pro Filt'r Instant Retouch Primer. And we're going to end up being the YouTuber who does this. But yes, let me get it in the shot for the smaller shot. So this is the little primer that we're going to use. Would love a couple of shorts on that. Yes, thank you, darling. You know I'll be making a couple of shorts with this. So I just do one little squirt and kind of try to evenly get it on both of my hands. And then I just kind of press it in where I know I either have lots of pores or where I'm sweaty. And I start there first, and then I kind of, if I have any left on my hands, I kind of smoosh it around. Like smoosh, smoosh, smoosh. So yeah, this helps, one second. So yeah, this primer helps the makeup stay on, especially when you're sweaty mess. I am a sweaty mess in between numbers. And just in life in general, I am a sweaty, sweaty girl. Not as much as Katya, if you get that reference. I love you. But anyway, so primer's on. I give that a minute to just like sit and absorb. It's gonna minimize all the pores on my nose up here and my chin, where I usually have the bigger pores. Cute sweaty goblin. Thank you for loving me. So yeah, it'll be a little wet when you first put it on, and then it gets less wet. Life-changing stuff here. It gets a little less wet. So I'm weird. I like to just kind of like pat it because then I know if it's dry or not, but then I also feel like this helps it go into my skin more. So if I'm just like sitting here, I'll just pat it and pat, pat, pat. Pat, pat, pat. Okay, we'll give that another second. And while that's going, I'm going to shake up my foundation. Da, 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 da. So the other thing I wanted to say is that most of what I'm using today, some of it is waterproof and some of it is not waterproof. So after I finish the bottles and containers of everything that I have here, I plan to upgrade my routine a little bit to a waterproof foundation, a more long-lasting lipstick, because I've realized I'm very new to lipsticks. Let's just be honest. Most of the time, even in like, I don't know, in my 20s, I would use just like a lip gloss that had tint because I just had no idea what I was doing with lipstick. Now I know though, and the formulation that I have that I showed you earlier is a liquid satin matte lipstick. So it's great for like every day, but I've noticed that backstage, like in between numbers, sometimes it will start like just falling a little bit, or like kind of congealing with the sweat and the and the foundation and stuff. So I actually just ordered one of her regular lipsticks, and I'm gonna be trying that one next, the next time I perform. So yeah, once I get down to the very bottom of all these bottles, I plan to upgrade to a waterproof foundation and some different products, and then I'll redo my Get Ready With Me so you can kind of see how the process changes and grows, you know, grows right along with us, you know? So the next step after that primer is a little bit more dry is the foundation. So today I'm using the Fenty Beauty Pro Filt'r Soft Matte Long Wear Foundation. And again, all the products and the shades and the names are listed down below. with little stars next to them so you can find them easy. And the shade that I have is 120 because I am a fair-skinned lady, a little fair-skinned lady. So with this, I usually just pump it right on my hand. If you have, you know, something by you that you can use as a palette, that might be a little bit better than just using the back of your hand. But, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Evan says, yay, can't wait for more. Oh, I love you. You're doing amazing. Thank you so much, darling. Your support means everything. So yeah, we're gonna use my foundation. We're gonna use a little damp Kimchi Chic beauty blender that has a flat side and a little pointed side, and it comes with a cute little case. So I always recommend getting a little beauty blender with a case, because then you can travel home from the gig with it in a spot that's getting dry and not all smushed up and like red from your red lipstick and stuff, because you know that's happened to me before. So I do 1-2 pumps on here, and then I go get my little beauty blender type guy, and then I usually start just putting the foundation everywhere. And I just realized I don't have a mirror. Here it is. Okay, I'm gonna use my monitor, but I'm also gonna use this mirror. So yeah, the next step is put the foundation everywhere. And I'll even go like up just slightly into my hairline. Especially if I'm wearing a wig, which I do for my Catwoman number. And I'm planning on making another number that also uses a wig. And my Poison Ivy number that I've created but have not performed yet, it has not yet debuted, also have a wig. So if I'm using a wig or not, I guess, I go up into my hairline just a little bit. And then if I am wearing a wig, I'll take a alcohol wipe and just wipe where the lace is gonna go. And then I'll take off the makeup there so the lace doesn't get all grubby. Without destroying the whole rest of your face that you just put on, you know? Okay, so the rest of this foundation is dripping down my hand because I'm not paying attention. Let me just plug in this mirror so it has some light. Oh. Wow, I didn't know it was going to change that dramatically on screen. That's pretty funny. And now I have to lift my desk up, so just give me 1 second as we adjust here. So we adjust some things here. Okay. Okay, great. We lost a little bit of lighting, but that's okay. It'll come back. Okay, so let's get this foundation on, huh? Is it making a funny sound in the microphone? I can hear it on my end. I don't know if you can hear it out there. And I didn't think about the headphones. But, you know, we're here. So yeah, I'm just dabbing that foundation in. I did my forehead first. Usually I start no sounds at all. No sounds at all. I hope you're still hearing my voice. I think you can, seeing as though you said no sounds. So if I used common sense, that may help a little bit. Okay, so now I'm just like going all around and up here on the sides. I'm avoiding this area of my face because this is the area that I'm going to use my concealer because it's thicker and it stays on more. For me personally, because I always get so sweaty, like right under my eyes. I don't know if that's normal. So yeah, I'll do my nose. Try not to get too much on the eyes because I've noticed sometimes when I layer this foundation, or rather, hold on. Okay, yeah, so I've noticed like I keep talking and then I keep having to do the exact area where my mouth is. Dab, dab, dab-a-rooney. Okay, yeah, so you can't hear me, just not the sounds that I'm hearing in the mic. It was just the sound of a wet sponge on skin. Let's be honest, nobody wants to hear it. I just thought it was funny. Okay, so yeah, so I've noticed that sometimes when I use the concealer over the foundation, it becomes a problem. Let's go back down now. And I don't know why. I feel like the latest, they must have changed something in their formulation like slightly from the last foundation and concealer I had to this time. But yeah, so I tend to leave the foundation off of the area where I'm using the concealer. It just doesn't bunch up as much or get as like icky as it was when I was layering it on top. I know that's not the case for a lot of people, but for some reason that is the case for me. For me and these products. Okay. So before I switch to concealer, I like to switch to a different sponge. I use this sponge. This is the Fenty sponge. You can see it's well loved. It has a hole in it, and I just refuse to get another one. But yeah, it has a nice little rounded edge. It has a nice little sculpted flat edge, and this part works like really well to get under my eyes and helps like sculpt out where I'm gonna go. So you'll see what I mean in a minute. But first, I have a little bowl of water over here that I'm keeping the wet sponges in just to help keep them moist as I take my time. But right now I'm gonna just take the new one and go over my face a little bit. Because it's just moist, a little moist sponge, and it helps press everything in there. Oh, pat, 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 dab, dab, pat, pat, pat. All right, let me take a look in my mirror here and see where we're at. Okay, she's giving covered. Now, I would like to say, I do have a shirt on YouTube. There is a shirt here, okay? So, I don't want to break the illusion that you think I'm just, you know, doing things over here under this robe that I'm not, okay? I am all ages friendly today over here. Okay, so, I'm going to give that 1 second to set in a little bit and take a little sip of water. All right. So, something I wanted to say while I will let this dry a little bit. I did originally use this product, which is the Fenty Beauty Pro Filt'r Hydrating Longwear foundation in the same shade 120 as the other foundation. So these are two different things, and if you've ever seen them and wondered like what the difference is, this one is much more watery and more sheer. That's the hydrating longwear versus the soft matte longwear is a little thicker in the formula, and it's also more matte, whereas this one is like slightly shiny but not really. So what I ended up doing, or I guess I should say how it worked for me first. So the reason I stopped using this, is because when I would put it on, it would like shift on my face, even using the Fenty primer. Just something about it didn't like my face. But it's been working really well as a body makeup as long as I powder over it. So usually I'll use this one, one, because I don't want to waste the money, but also B, because I don't have one, and B, two, two, because I don't have like a body specific makeup. So I usually use this on my chest and on my neck and stuff. So you'll see that in a minute. But originally, instead of this foundation I was using this one. This one didn't work, so I went to this one. This one is working really well, but I tend to have to powder in between numbers and make sure I powder really well before I go on. So I'm curious to see, once I get like a waterproof makeup, if there's gonna be a big difference with that, or you know, if it'll kind of be the same. And I guess we'll see. So yeah, we got our little body makeup tip here. You can also use like cheaper makeup for body makeup. And my mentor, the Pearl Noir, hi Mama Pearl if you're watching, she has suggested using body makeup and then setting it with hairspray, which I hadn't heard before, so I'm glad she mentioned it, as I definitely want to try that once I get some body makeup. After I finish this, you know. Alright, so next step in the face. Things are good. We're a little bit more congealed. Alright. The next step for the face is a concealer, which is also Fenty Beauty. It's the Pro Filt'r Instant Retouch Concealer, also in 120. And I'll do the same thing. I'll just take the little wand out and just draw a little like puddle on my hand, and then I get my flat-sided Fenty guy, and then what I'll usually do is just kind of drag it in there so that I get a little line of concealer across. Zoop. Zoop, zoop, zoop. See? Okay. So I still have some on my hand and it's not going anywhere because it's thick. And then what I do is I just start patting in like a triangle zone from here to here. And then I'll cover some of my lid too, just to help cover up all of this stuff and start shaping things up and back. See? Bop, bop, bop. So yeah, so the look that I'm doing today is the look that I typically do for my Catwoman number now. My Catwoman number, which has finally successfully debuted. And debuted in March last month? 2 months ago now. Wow. Debuted in March at Troop 429. At Scandalous Saturdays. And that's a really great event. The producer is Professor M. He's amazing. Amazing singer and performer. And really great producer. So shout out Professor M. Thank you for bringing burlesque back to Connecticut. Okay, so you can kind of see the difference, hopefully, right? Between this side and this side, right? Let me turn this off and see if that makes a difference. Oh yeah, okay. So now you can see this side is more covered, right? Whereas this side is still a little dark and not as even. So this has evened everything out and made a nice little base for the eyeshadow. I'm just making sure it gets pressed in really well. Okay, and then before I do the other eye, I am going to powder. Because I have such, like, I have really, I don't know if you could see it if I turn to the side, but I have like really deep eye pockets. I don't know what these are called down here. And then I have very hooded lids, as you can see, but I have like big eyes. So if I don't powder this, and especially because I'm such an expressive person, if I don't powder my under eye right away, I get wrinkles as I emote. And then all the product eye pockets, I don't know what they're called, Evan, you know? But anyway, yeah, so if I don't powder this right away and start getting it set, it will like start wrinkling up as I smile and like move my nose and stuff. And then all the product will just sit in the wrinkles, and then it makes the wrinkles look worse. So I'm using my little one size Disney powder poof because it was on sale at Sephora and I desperately needed one. And you know, typically I'm not a Disney adult type person, but this shape is actually really convenient because the powder I'm using is the Laura Mercier translucent setting powder, loose setting powder in the color translucent. But as you can see, it's a really tiny pot pan dish because I tend to wait until this setting powder, this like, I think it's less than an ounce, 0.17 ounces of setting powder. I usually wait until it is a sample or it's on the rewards marketplace at Sephora, and then I'll replenish whatever I need to replenish and just get that. And so far I haven't bought the powder, but I would love to have a big one. It would make life a lot easier. I just haven't needed to spend money on it. Mini bowl. Yeah, it's like a little mini bowl. I mean, it's a sift. There is a sifter. So is there a technical term for these containers? If so, let me know in the comments. I want to know what they're called because I don't. So the way that I usually do it is I'll do it upside down and like tap like this, or like kind of bang it on the side, but sometimes it doesn't want to come out and I have to get violent with it. So right now is one of those moments. Luckily I have a little washcloth down here so it's not too bangy. So yeah, now that I talked about wrinkles, if you can see, usually I set my forehead and the corners of my mouth too before I move on anywhere, but I didn't do that, and now you might be able to see the little forehead wrinkles kind of forming in the foundation. So I'm gonna go ahead and set those. But yeah, I never used to know, like, I was like, what is the problem? What am I doing wrong? Like, why do I keep getting so many wrinkles after I do the makeup? Like, I was using the creaseless concealers and stuff like that, and I just wasn't understanding until I watched a video with I want to say it was like Makeup by Mario and James Charles. It was a long time ago. I may be incorrect on those names, so don't come for me if I am, but yeah, where I believe it was Mario was saying that he always has to set his under eyes right away or they get like wrinkly, and I was like, oh my god, that's the fix I never knew about. So yeah, so now we are going to move on. Now that I set my eye and my head, I almost forgot about my little jawlines over here because I also need these wrinkles, like lines in my face, normal lines in my face, not wrinkles. The normal lines in my face crease when I smile. So I just want to set those so that there's less creasing and less shifting around. And it makes me feel a lot better because when I check myself in the mirror after a few hours, I don't see a bunch of like pockets of wrinkly stuff. And then I go, oh, I'm so old. I'm not old. I just lived for 36 years on this earth, and my skin shows it sometimes. And when you put makeup on it, and the makeup goes in it, then yeah, you're going to see some wrinkles. But wrinkles are beautiful. Everyone's beautiful and different and beautiful in their own way. And being different is beautiful. Alright, so I'm going to put a little bit more concealer because I'm explaining things, you know, it's taking a little longer, so things are drying. But that's okay. I'm happy to just sit here and chill and help teach people how to do their stage makeup. So if you're just popping in, my name is Selena Starkiller. I am a Connecticut-based burlesque dancer. And I'm showing everyone how I do my stage makeup today before I go and support a bunch of performers in one of our local shows tonight. I'm not performing tonight, but I will be there in the audience to support the show and the staff and the wonderful, lovely performers. There are two performers that I'm really excited to see tonight. One is Kate Beyond from New York. Kate and I are in the same mentorship with Pearl Noir. Monthly mentorship with Pearl Noir. So I have loved seeing Kate's face every Wednesday. And then I actually got to dance with Kate when I went to New York for one of Pearl's in-person 4-hour workshops, healing through seduction workshops, and oh my gosh, it was incredible. It was amazing. I'm just checking my concealer in my mirror down here real quick. Yeah, it was amazing. I learned so much. I had a great excuse to travel into New York for a little bit. Which luckily is so easy for me because Connecticut is like right there. So it's not a bad drive or train ride. However I can get there, you know. But yeah, so I danced with Kate. Back to what I was saying. I danced with Kate at that 4-hour workshop with Pearl Noir in New York City. I think it was in February. And yeah, I was watching Kate dance and I was just like, oh my god, this person is amazing. So I'm really excited to see Kate perform tonight because I know Kate, you know? I'm not just some of these people I know, which is always nice to go and support someone you know. And Kate came and supported me on the show in March when I debuted my Catwoman number, and I got to go out and say hi to her during my number because things were so busy. But yeah, so I'm very excited to watch Kate perform tonight. I'm also excited to see Magical Girl Ebony. I've been following Magical Girl Ebony on Instagram for a while, and yeah, I don't think I've ever seen them perform yet. I'm also not sure of the pronouns, so I'm gonna be safe and say them, because I don't want to use the wrong ones for anyone ever. But yeah, I've never seen Magical Girl Ebony perform, so I'm excited for that. There's also I think a couple other people I follow on Instagram. I'll have to take a look at the bill, because I have a hard time remembering names. That's one of those little tricky things that my brain does, is it likes to short out when it comes to people's names. So sometimes I just can't pull the name out of my brain, but know that I love you all regardless, even if I can't remember your name every once in a while. It's nothing personal. It's just my brain. All right. So we've done primer, we've done foundation, we've done concealer. I'm actually going to leave my concealer here for when I inevitably mess up my eyeliner. Now what I want to do is put on some chapstick because I like to have my lips be nice and moisturized, just like my skin, when I'm going to put lipstick on. Yes, normal lines, not wrinkles. Lines are beautiful. Thank you, Evan. Yeah. So this chapstick that I'm using is well loved. You can tell by the label. It's like peeling off. But this is Bath by Bex. B-A-T-H by B-E-X. And that is a woman-owned company out of Washington State or Oregon. One of those PNW states. I'm so sorry. I'm just having a hard time remembering right now. But she makes wonderful CBD-infused bath bombs and lotions and chapsticks. And this chapstick is like my ride or die. It is so much better than Burt's Bees. As a person who was like, oh, I love Burt's Bees for so many years. No, bitch. Bath by Bex. Chapstick is the best. I also really love their bath bombs. Like when I'm done performing, I'll usually put some flowers into a pot and then take a bath with my little CBD bath bomb, and it's amazing. It relaxes everything. It's just like the cherry on top of the sundae, you know? All right, so now that I've got a little bit more powder poured out for the next time that I need it, I have set my under eyes, I have set my forehead with all of its beautiful lines, and I've set the corners of my mouth with its beautiful lines as well, so that the makeup doesn't get all crunchy, grunchy in there. So we have blank slate. I'm gonna take a look in my little mirror down here and see if I need, sometimes I need a little bit more concealer, like a second coat of concealer. So I'm just gonna peek for that now. I think that's okay, especially because I'm not actually on the stage today. I'm just there to support and clap and throw money and say hey and then go okay bye. Which is always nice. Oh shit. I opened my gel liner and for no reason. I was just sitting here opening. I'll tell you why that's bad in a minute. Yeah, so we got our chapstick, we got our base. This is my little brow brush from Sephora. It's just like the cheapest little brow brush that they make, but it's got a nice little chiseled end down here. That's super, I think that's an easier way to see it. Yeah, so it's got a really thin, chiselly, angly brush and a spoolie. And I use that with the Anastasia Beverly Hills DipBrow pomade in dark brown. If I'm doing a makeup that's like not for stage, usually I would use the Anastasia Beverly Hills like little eyebrow pencil, the little retractable one with the spoolie end. But I ran out, and this is what I use for stage. So this is what I've been using all the time. So I've been getting a lot better at applying it. But yeah, so I just go in here with my little brush and I just pick up some pomade. And you want to keep these products, any gel or pomade products, sealed as much as you can. Otherwise they dry out and then they get like baked and flaky, and then they're not like smooth when you're trying to pick up the pigment and, you know, place it somewhere. So I'll pick up a little pigment on my brush. I'll usually hold this like this with the cap on one side and then the other on the other way. And then I'll just kind of dab it into the lid. You can see all my previous little dabs. And then I'll cover it back up. And then I'll start my brows. So this might be a little tricky because I'm so used to looking into a mirror for this. So I'll be looking into the mirror and then looking back up. But basically what I want to do is I'm going to use the golden rule to place my eyebrows. So I'll use like a brush like this. It looks kind of funny like this, but just play along with me here, okay? So you can use a brush and you just like set it on the outside of your nostril, and then you want to go to the corner of your eye like this. Boop. And then that tells you where the eyebrow should end. So my eyebrow should end like right where that little point is. Now, luckily on this side of my face, I have a freckle that just has appeared, and it is a really good stencil for me to end my eyebrow. I just kind of draw it long enough to get over there, but higher up than it is. And then I use that freckle and these two freckles, I don't know if you can see them, but these two freckles down here as templates for my beauty mark too. So I have 3 beauty marks when I remember to do them. And they are all just actually mimicking features that I have. Okay, so now I'm gonna do the eyebrow now that it's probably completely dried out on on my brush. And what I'll usually do is start like from here, about halfway in, because I know that the pigment is fresh and there's more of it on. I'll start farther back where I want it to be darker, and then as the pigment kind of runs out as I sketch, I'll move closer to the front. So then I won't have super dark brows immediately. It'll kind of be like faded out. So let's see if there's anything left. Oh, good. Okay, there actually is good. So yeah. Let me focus for just a moment. Okay. So see, now there's a little tail. Boop. So my actual brow ends like here. It thins out and stops growing here. And then I just drawn it past, and you could see like where my little freckle is and where it ends. And if we line this up. Oh yeah. I'm getting really good at figuring out where it ends on this side. On the left side, you're gonna watch. You're gonna laugh. But as long as we're laughing together, it's okay. So now I'm moving more towards the front, and you can see the difference between my brows now already, right? Okay. So we're just gonna keep doing that. Come in here, take another little boop, and just dab it. And I will say that sometimes like holding this with the lid all in one hand is not, I'm not able to do that sometimes. So if your dexterity is different, like I just want to acknowledge that even I can't hold that like that all the time. Especially if I'm having a chronic pain. Oh God. Especially if I'm having a chronic pain flare up in my hands, it can make it really hard to hold it. So what I'll do in that case is just like rest the lid somewhere where I can pick it up quickly. All right. So now we've got a more sculpted brow that kind of tapers down to a point. And as I've been like lining this, I've also been filling in some of the, ooh, I'm trying to look at the monitor and do this. This is a skill I don't have yet. And then I'll just go and brush it up again, brush all the little hairs up again, and that kind of also helps distribute the pomade a little bit more. Okay, and then I'm gonna come down here where my brow starts. And if you want to figure out where you should start your brow, you take your same utensil and line it up with the outside of your nose and just go straight up. Boop. So right here, right where the top was pointing, doot, right there, that's where my brow should end. And it does. So that's good. So what I'm gonna do is just use the same brush now that it has less pigment but still some pigment on it, and just increase the amount of hairs that are here by drawing more hairs in. So I'm going to lean in to my mirror and poke myself in the eye with my fingernail. Okay, see? See? Let me mute this real quick because I'm going to get real close. Big difference, right? This one, like, you can actually see this one, and you can't. So yeah, why is this important? Brows from the stage, right? If you're mad, you're like sad, are you happy, right? Brows do a lot of emoting, but also this helps frame your face a lot more. And when you do your winged eyeliner, I've found if I do my brows before I do my eyeliner, I have a better sense of where the eyeliner is supposed to start and end and be shaped like and all that stuff. So I tend to do my base and my brows first. So I'm kind of starting with something, you know? Okay. And then once I get the little hairs up at the front, I'm just gonna use the little spoolie to spool it up. Okay, and then I usually have to tilt my head up and check that I don't have a harsh line under here, because I have, like, you know, my face is shaped like my face, so sometimes when I put the little line under here as a guide, it stays there and I forget it because I don't see it. So I have to tip my head up just a little bit and kind of spoolie it in there. Okay, so that looks pretty good to me. The hairs inside aren't too sparse and aren't too, like, extra. So that's good. That's where I'm gonna stop with this one. So I'm gonna set it in place with the Anastasia Beverly Hills Clear Brow Gel. And this is another sample. This is another sample that I have been using. Is almost all the way done. And I just use a thin little layer to just lock everybody in place. See that? Now all the hairs are standing up. Boom. And I'll just kind of touch it into where the hairs aren't up, but they're more like slicked back. So it's like up, slick. That's how I do mine. So yeah, I'm almost done with this one. I just ordered a Queen Studio one to try and see what the difference is, and then I can report back to you guys and gals and pals and squirrels to let you know how it goes. Looking wonderful already. Thank you, darling. My face is shaped like my face. You know, everybody's face is just shaped like their face. Nothing we can do about it. So now I'm going to do the other eyebrow. Again with the DipBrow pomade. Boop, boop, boop. Dab, dab, dab. As Christine from Simply Nailogical would say, dab, dab, dab to make your nails fab. I love her. And I love Holo Taco. Shout out to Holo Taco, the nail polish company, changing the game. I don't have anything on my nails yet, but I do plan on painting them very soon. All right, let me mute real quick and get in close to my mirror so I could knock out this brow now that you know what's going on. Okay, let's check for some symmetry. Obviously the front isn't going to be as filled in yet because I always start from the middle and go to the end and then come back. That's just what works for me. Okay, so I can see I need a little bit more at the top of the brow to kind of even it out. with the other side. And now I'm gonna come down on the bottom. It's so funny. I can hear the bristles like on my eyebrows in my monitor. It's just so funny and like bizarre. Okay, so you can see there's two slightly different shapes, right? They're just slightly different. And as everyone says, eyebrows are cousins, not twins. They say sisters, not twins, but they can also be cousins. Or second cousins, twice removed, you know? Like... we just do the best we can. Alright, so now I'm gonna go towards the front. And... use whatever pigment I have left on my brush to fill out the front of the brow. Use a little spoolie to kind of spread it out. You see a little patch in there, so I'm gonna go in and clean that up. All right. Next time we do this, I'll figure out a better way to mount my mirror and my camera. Let's turn this off. All right, check it out. So we got one that's like maybe slightly pointier, but for the most part, they're both kind of ending in the same place, right? So I think that looks pretty good. So I'm gonna just spool it up, make sure I don't have any harsh lines under here, which I don't. Gonna see if they both look equally as dense in the camera. I feel like I just need a little bit more pigment on this one, so I'm gonna go not into here but into my lid with all the little extra dabs, and then close this so it doesn't get all dry and smushy. And now that means I have less pigment than if I just, you know, drew in the actual pigment pot. But because I've used the lid, I have a little bit less. Yeah. That looks a little bit better to me. It could have done absolutely nothing on camera, but it makes me feel better. So that's all that matters. And then at some point I always get lazy, so at some point I go from like doing individual hairs to just like sketching back and forth. Just like get it in there. Alright, cool. Where's my eyebrow gel? Alright, so let's lock this one in place. Da, 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 da. Boom. Alright, so now they're both locked in place, so my little eyebrow hairs won't be flying around, going where they're not supposed to. Alright, so thank you, DipBrow Pomade, and I'm just gonna wipe off this brush. I have a little washcloth down here to help me change colors, like eyeshadow colors, or wipe off little brushes. So I highly recommend that if you have any like little washcloths or little towels or little rags. Get one to keep in your makeup kit, and then you can just make sure it's clean, and then and then you can, you know, change the color of your brushes and stuff with it. Okay, so I still have an empty powder over here that I need to be careful of. All right. I think what I'm gonna do is just take a quick little Instagram story of my face and just post the link really quickly. Now that we got most of the kind of boring-ish stuff out of the way. Not really. Not that it's boring. It's just, you know. Or maybe I should take a picture like this. Oh, okay. Let's take a quick pic for the gram. Let's try another one. That one looks a little silly. Like, sillier than I thought it would be. Okay. Yes, much more eleganza. Alright. One quick moment, friends. Thank you for hanging out with me on this Saturday, getting ready, getting stage ready. Doing what all the people on Instagram voted for. All right. My little story says base is done, eyes are next. Come hang out. But if you're already here, then you already know. All right, let's post that to the stories. All right. Okay. Just in case anyone forgot that wanted to come hang out, they still have a chance. Now, this is the part where I have a minor heart attack because doing my eyes still intimidates me. Looks great. Can't wait to see the Insta pic. Thanks, Evan. Evan's the best. Evan's the best husband. All right. Before I do eyes, I'm gonna do the body makeup that I talked about before, using the older Fenty Pro Filt'r Hydrating Longwear Foundation. What I will usually do is do my neck with the same foundation that I do on my face, but because I'm not worried about too much transfer, because I'm not performing tonight just in the audience, I'm just gonna do this one here. But normally what I would do is this one all the way down the face, all the way down the neck, and then a little bit of the chest, and then this one on like most of the chest and the décolletage. Décolletage? You can correct me in the comments. Or in the chat if you're here live. Alright, so yeah, let me show you how I do that real quick. So, same basic concept as a foundation. I squirt a little, shake it up. I squirt a little on my hand. I take my other beauty blender by Kimchi Chic and dab, and then what I will do is put it here and on my neck just so it evens things out. And I'll even do like, don't forget this part. This part. Don't forget this part. Jesus. Yeah, don't forget this part. Under your face. Under your face? Under your jaw. That's what that is. Under your jaw. Just to even things out. And another thing I would do too, if I wasn't wearing these headphones, is just go and do my ears. Boop, 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 boop. And I'll probably do that after the stream is over. Just so you don't have this like beautifully painted face and then red ears. That's what happens to me. So I'll usually just boop, boop, pop, pop on my ears while I'm doing like my chest and stuff. Okay, We still have a little bit on my hands, so I'm gonna go ahead and I also have like a vein over here that likes to pop out and be purple. So I always make sure that I cover that guy up. That's more for me than anyone else, let's be real. It just makes me feel more confident. And YouTube, I'm not showing any booba. So don't do anything to me. I love you. I want to be friends. LOL, don't forget it. Evan says, yep. Oh, now I'm just putting makeup on my robe. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me I was just putting makeup on my robe and not my body? Alright. I'm having fun. Are you all having fun? Are you having a good day? I hope you are. So after this here, now we're going to do the Laura Mercier translucent setting powder. Same one that I put on my face. I don't know why I said it like that. It sounded aggressive. Same one that I put on my face. It's the same one I put on my face. And I'm just going to powder. Powder. Okay, so then once I powder, if I feel like I missed anything, which I definitely do, I'll put the powder on a little brush. Well, this is a big brush, on a big fluffy brush, and just sweep it in there, and then kind of hope for the best. And do my neck too. All right, let's check and make sure there's no like uneven patches. Okay, cool. So now you can see my chest and the my chest and neck. I don't know, my chest area. My chest and neck area is now made up, right? This whole part is done, okay? All right. So we did our body makeup. The other thing that I will do for this area specifically is I also have this sample of I'm not trying to be an asshole. I just really don't know how to say it. This one, I take this little liquid highlighter in Glowy Super Gel in Star Glow. I got this as a sample as well, and it is a super cute like little jelly highlighter formulation. I didn't shake it, so it came out a little goopy because I haven't used it in a long time. Because sometimes I keep my samples separate and then I forget about them. So I've stopped doing that. There we go. It needed a little shake and a little bake, I guess. Okay. So I'll just kind of spread that out between two fingers and find my collarbone and then pat some highlighter along it. And then if I feel like that's not enough, I'll put powder over it too. But yeah, this one is a nice light little highlighter. It's more of like an everyday than like a blinding icicle freezing highlight from Stage. But it's a nice little one. If you could get this as a little sample, definitely try it out. Ah! I almost threw it on the ground, but I caught it, and that almost never happens. So I'm glad you were here to witness that. Okay, I'm gonna put some stuff away because I'm feeling just overwhelmed with the amount of things that are out. So we're putting some things away. I have to take the powder back out that I preemptively put away because I still need to set the rest of my face. What time is it? It's 2:18. Okay, not bad at all. Got plenty of time to play with you all. All right. What's next? What the heck do I do next? I don't remember. Okay. We did primer, foundation, concealer, brows. Brow thing. Okay. So I guess... what do I want to do next? I mean, next I would do my my eyeshadow is what I'm trying to say. So let's do eyeshadow. Okay, so let's talk about this palette that I'm using today. Yes, clean up as you go is the bestest. Yes, I know you love to clean as you go, Evan. You are a clean as you go-er all the time. So let me get back into the frame here. Okay, so the palette that I'm using, I bought about, has it been a year? I want to say almost a year ago because it was on sale. So I did not want to directly support this person, but I did want to get good formulas that didn't have carmine or cochineal in them, which are those red bugs that they use for dye, those like beetles that they turn into red dye. I don't want that in my makeup ever for reasons, so I chose, I wanted something that had all the colors, that was affordable, that didn't have cochineal or carmine in it, and that I could get right away. So I had bought this palette for myself, which is the Morphe X James Charles mini palette. I also have the Mega, or I guess the full-size palette. Now again, I don't necessarily support what these companies stand for, but your girl was poor and she needed some eyeshadow, and she said if I can get all of these colors, I got this whole palette for $6.50, $6 American dollars and 50 cents, and this mini size palette, which is the same thing but small and easier to travel with, for like $3.50 off of the actual website, and not some like, it's not some Wish shit, you know. That was a deal for me. So I got both of these eyeshadow palettes for like $10 in shipping. So always check the clearance sections of the stores that you're shopping at, because you might end up with something awesome. So I tend not to use the big palette as much as I use the little palette, simply because the little palette lives very nicely in my makeup case. And I don't want to travel with my big palette because I know that I will break it, because I am that person. So I tend to keep this one right in the side of my makeup bag. It's kind of like a trapper keeper. So I can keep it in the back in the bubble wrap, and I haven't had any issues yet. So with that all out of the way, this palette that I'm using today, we are going to use mostly this quadrant, the purple and pink section. And then also, oh, you could see you could see my screens. Say hi to yourself, everyone. That's cool. And my light, hello. I guess I should hold it like this. See all these things that I don't know. And then I'm also going to use this one, which is called Canvas, I think. Yeah, Canvas. Let me pull it over here for the vertical people. And then this section is what we're going to use, the purples, for everything else, okay? So if you have this palette at home, you can follow along. All right. So, before we put the eyeshadow on, let me cover back up here with my makeup robe. Before I put the eyeshadow on, I want to put a primer down so that the color is more pigmented, the eyeshadow stays longer, and it's easier to apply. So I use this white Louise eyeshadow base, a cosmetic base. It is in the color Rumor Zero, or just white, the whitest one that they make. Let me hold it over here for the vertical people. Try get things in frame when you're mirrored is hard. Louise. There it is. Okay. So I take the most insanely small amount of this. As you can see, I don't have like a whole bunch of real estate on my eyelids because I have hooded eyes and they're very hooded. So like anything I put right here, let me keep one eye open, hold on. Anything you put right here, when I open my eye, it kind of disappears. So I've had to figure out what the best way for me to do my eyeshadow is and the best way to do my eyeliner, because my eyes are so hooded that if I just put my eyeliner on like people who don't have hooded eyes, I end up with like a break in the eyeliner, or it is wet and then I open my eye and then it goes up here and I'm like, no, and then I have to do everything all over again. So yeah, P. Louise base on the eyelids to hold the eyeshadow. Like at the tiniest little dab. This might even be too much. This stuff is concentrated, it's very good, and it's very pigmented. So if you can get that, you can do that. Or you can just use your concealer. So the same concealer I used here under my eyes, you can use on top. This one I've noticed throws a little bit of a yellowish hue. So I wanted to try the thing that everyone's always talking about, the P. Louise base. So I got myself some P. Louise base after trying with my concealer to just use concealer as my eyeshadow base. And when everything was consistently coming out more yellow than I thought, or more like tan or muted, that's when I was like, okay, let me try something white, something made for this, and something that everyone always like says is the best. All right. So, as you just witnessed, I patted that all around my eyelids, up to my eyebrows. I tried not to pat it onto my eyebrows because we already put pigment there and put them in place. And then I come down to like the corner here where I know I'm gonna flare things out, like my eyeshadow or my eyeliner. And then I tried to pat down into the corner a little bit, like not on the corner, but in there, you know, in there. So yeah, that is the P. Louise base. I have been loving it so far. I think it makes a big difference. It's not as sticky as the Fenty concealer was too, so it's just a different experience. If you can afford it, go for it. And if you don't have the money to spend, then just use your concealer. Or just get a cheap, like really white concealer so that the pigment that you're using stands out more. At least it works for my skin tone. I'm not sure if it'll work for other skin tones, so if you have that experience and want to leave it down below, that would be super helpful. Or what color you would recommend for other skin tones to get a good base. So I want to make sure everybody leaves with some tips today. Okay, so my base is down. It's slightly tacky. That's a good sign. I'm gonna move my cup of water for my sponges out of the way so I don't put my sleeve in a sponge water. And now I am going to burp away from the microphone. Okay, now I'm going to take this little fluffy brush. This is a Sonia Kushik. I'm not sure how to say her last name. So sorry. The SK person from Target. Her stuff is regularly in the Target aisle. I just bought like a set of brushes. I don't even know how many years ago that contained all of these brushes. And it was like about $20-ish, I think. I'm dropping them. Hold on. And they've held up really nicely so far. I wash them when I remember every few months. I've been washing them and, being careful when I wash them and stuff, but they've been holding up really well. So recommend them. Check them out. Try to get the slightly better ones if there's multiple options. But then I also just have like brushes that friends have gifted me for Christmas, or specific ones that were recommended by people. But most of the brushes that I have are just kind of like bargain brushes at this point, and I haven't had any issues. As long as you get the right shape for your face, then it doesn't matter how much they cost. Okay, so we're using this palette of He Who Shall Not Be Named, and we're going into the color canvas up here. And let me just move it for my vertical peeps. Boop, boop. And so I'm just gonna dip, 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 and then tap, tap, tap. See how much shit came off of it? I'm sorry, I should stop swearing. But yeah, you want to tap because then you don't have a bunch of stuff on the brush. You just want like a light coating of stuff, right? Does that make sense? So I'm gonna put this little canvas color on everywhere that I just put the base. And I'm basically basing the base. Don't hit it too much. When you tap your brush, don't hit it too many times, because then, everything might just come off. But you want to do a little light tap. Yeah, so what I'm doing now is I'm just putting this little base color on everywhere that I put that P. Louise base, because this is going to make it just a little bit easier for me to blend my eyeshadow when I go to blend it. If I didn't put that canvas color down and just went into the purples that I plan on doing, it would be fine. It would be totally fine. It's just I feel a little more of a drag rather than a swoosh when I do it. And when I watched a bunch of other people do their makeup, a lot of them had said that they prefer to put a little bit of powder down just to make it easier when they go to blend their colors. So I'm passing that on to you. Okay, so we have P. Louise space. We have this little color here. Say hi to yourselves again. Hello. This little tan, light beige color as well down. So now we're gonna do the actual colors. So I'm gonna start with the darkest one that I want, which is this purple one. Sorry. There we go. This purple one right here, dark purple. It's like hard to point when you when you're not used to mirror image and you're like right is left, left is right. Okay, so the way that I do this is very once I get to this point, I start getting nervous. So I'm just gonna like get it on and just focus on getting it on there. So I'm taking this dark purple, which is the color Escape. And I'm tapping it off, and now you can see purple on my brush. It's the same brush that I just used to put the canvas on. And I'm gonna look into my mirror, and what I found is the best way for me to do it is to kind of like look straight at my mirror and then tuck my chin slightly. And when I do that on camera, you can see like some natural shadows forming from the light, right? Kind of right here. See? So what I've found is the easiest way for me to do that. I used to go with the brush and like angle and like mark and like you know, be very precise about it. Now I just look down at my mirror, find the little shadow pockets, and basically like paint that. That may work for you, that may not. If you want to be more technical about it, you can use like one of your brushes like we were using before with the eyeshadow, but use it for your eyes. So let me get straight to the camera. You would hold it at the bottom of your nose and then, oh my god, I can't believe I just poked myself in the eye on a live stream. Ah, okay. Don't stab yourself with your very sharp fingernail, okay? You're going to line it up, and then you can use this to like kind of pat around the angle that you want to have, right? You can be precise with it. I used to do that. Now that I have a little bit more confidence, I just do this method. But, you know, do whatever's right for you. Blinded by the brush. It wasn't even the brush, dude. It was just my hand. I poked myself in the eye with my own hand. Didn't even use a brush. Oh god, just wait till we get to mascara. All right. So we're gonna just go. We're gonna pray to the makeup gods, and we're just gonna get this going. Okay. So I'm looking down. I'm sorry that you can't have the same viewpoint, but I'm looking down to my mirror. I see the little pocket, little triangles where it's slightly darker, and I'm going to focus that darker shade into that corner of my eye. And I'm going to turn slightly so I can see it a little bit more. And I'm just going to kind of do from that angle, I'll look up so you can see, toward where the color part of my eye starts. Iris? Yeah. So I'm going from that outside dark pocket slightly inland. Oh, that's a little too much. Slightly inland. Okay. And then I'm just gonna encourage it to be dramatic and come out. Okay. Oh, I forgot a step. I forgot. So before you start putting dark eyeshadow on your face, it's usually a good idea to powder your under eye again. You can see I'm already getting a little bit of fallout, but part of that, I'm going to turn to the side, but I don't know if you can see really. Part of like the structure, just the bone structure of my face, my eye kind of dips in here, and then there's another dip underneath my eye, and it just kind of goes out here. So it's like out, in, and then really in. So I tend to have a lot of issues with the fallout, like going into this part of my eye. So I'm still kind of figuring out how to overcome that, I guess. And I know you can put your eyeshadow on and then do your base, and I will absolutely get there at some point. I'm sure that would fix a lot of my issues with my eye makeup, but like I said, I'm still so new to doing my makeup, and especially like doing stage makeup, that yeah, I'm just not confident doing it that way. So the way that I know is doing it this way. So that's the way that I do it. So we're gonna powder, heavily powder under the eyes again. And that will just help keep some of the fallout from getting underneath here. And I'm just like pressing. I'm not like wiping, because that would start to pick up all of the makeup that we had already put down. So every motion that you see me do is just like a pat like this, going over, and then it's just sped up, right? And that gets easier and faster the more that you do it. It's just practice. Especially because I'm not a makeup everyday type of person yet. I'm starting to get there. Sometimes my arms get really tired from just doing my makeup. All right, so we've got this situation going. I don't want to go too far in, because when I open my eyes, you notice so much of my eyelid disappears. So I want to keep like where my irises are, from there over, I want to keep it lighter so that my eyes look bigger. So now that you know the method to the madness, this is a second coat of that same color. And I'm just looking down into my mirror, and I'm just tapping it in. Tap, tap, tap-a-roo. And then I'm gonna come over here and just draw it out a little bit. So we have this like very dramatic just placement of very, very purple pigment, right? This is the point where you have to like trust the process and it gets scary. So now I'm gonna do the same thing on the other side, just so I can start getting some symmetry. Symmetry is not my strong point, so I want to make sure that once I get here, I'm really working more back and forth between the two sides. Okay, I'm just gonna move my mic a little bit, so the sound may change a little bit, but I need this other side mirror to my trifold mirror here, so I can see a little bit better. Okay, let's look up. Okay, and they don't have to be like perfect yet, right? We're just kind of building a template of where the color is gonna go. And you could always fix anything that you mess up with concealer. We'll drag it out a little bit. Okay, so you can see that the concentration of the pigment is more towards the end of my eye, and then as it moves in, it's getting lighter. That's what we want. Okay, I'm gonna turn this light off so I can see a little bit better. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. It might be slightly crooked, but honestly, my makeup's always slightly crooked, so, you know, it don't really matter. It doesn't matter to me. Okay, so you can see how there's like more pigment over here and a little bit less on the sides. That's fine, because we're gonna still blend everything. Okay, let me turn this on. I am gonna add a little bit more to the left side. Dragging it out to make a little triangle, following the shadow that I see when I tilt my head down. Okay. Okay. I am getting a little glare on my mirror from all the other lights, so the left side is a little hard for me, but we'll figure it out. So the left side's a little bit more blown out than the right side right now, but that's okay, because we're gonna go fix it all. Okay, cool. So this part is now done. Like I said, you can see I kind of I didn't go up as high on the other side. I actually prefer not going up as high with this dark pigment, but we're just gonna keep going and see how it goes. What I wanted to show you was in this makeup, this makeup is for a costume normally that I do. And my costume is for the Selena Kyle or Catwoman numbers that I have, which also use this mask. This is my Catwoman mask. And it even has stones on the back. So when I do this makeup for this number, I always make sure to grab my mask and put it on and then check where like the boundaries of the makeup are. I always want to make sure my brows are like really bold with this mask, so you can see I still do have eyebrows. And then the eyeshadow I tend to go a lot heavier with, because even if it does come down, you're not going to see it because of the mask. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? So if you're going to wear like a mask or something like that, just make sure you have it to use it as a template so that you know what is going to be shown and what's not going to be shown, so that you can prepare. And like, maybe you don't have to contour something if, you know, you're going to be wearing the mask the whole time. So if you can save yourself some steps, why wouldn't you? You know what I mean? All right. Okay. So we've got our dark color on. It's slightly lopsided, but that's okay. All right. I'm gonna wipe off my brush on my little towel over here. I'm just like looking in the monitor a little bit. Yeah, a little crooked, but that's okay. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is go in with a slightly lighter color, because now we're going to start blending things in this way. So the next color that I'm going to do is this, this purple one right here. That's so hard to do. This purple one. Excuse me. And that shade is called Single. Single. All right. So I'm going to take the same little fluffy brush. I've wiped it off on my little washcloth here. Dipping in and tapping it off. And then I'm going to use that to... sorry, all the words just flew out of my head. I'm going to use that to start... buffing the edges around here. So I want to go, I don't just want to go from like dark purple to nothing. So I'm going to start blending lighter colors. I'm going to use this one and then a pink and then a glitter as well. So I'm just going to start tapping that in over here where I want the deepest part of the color to be. So that's kind of like in my pocket here and like up here, and then I'm gonna bring it in slightly more. You might be able to see it now. Start seeing it, and up around the edge of that too. And then once I've got it patted in, I'm gonna use little tiny circles or little tiny windshield wiper motions without a lot of pressure, right? Light pressure, just to blend it all together and continue dragging it out towards the side because I like it dramatic. Okay, so see the difference? I'm gonna take this color up here a little bit more because I see a little bit of a pocket. See? I always get so nervous at this part. but it's like, it's always a trust the process moment. Like, I'm always like, oh god, I gotta do my eyeshadow and my eyeliner. And then I'm just, I put one thing on and I'm like, oh, I don't know if I did it right. And then, like, if I just wait 30 minutes, it's usually fine. So trust the process when you're doing, you know, your makeup. And practice before the big day, too. Like, practice at home. That's part of the reason I'm doing this today, because there's an opportunity. Like, I know I'm gonna put makeup on because I'm gonna go out later. My lovely followers and friends wanted to know the secrets of my stage makeup, so that's another reason. But then the third, well, I guess there's 4 reasons. The third reason is because I get crazy about, like, wasting makeup, which is part of the reason I don't wear a lot of it every day, and I need to relax a little bit more around this. But yeah, just like, I'm sure if you hear, you know, like, makeup is expensive, and finding the right makeup that works for you can be like a really exhausting, expensive journey, especially if you don't have the ability to buy samples or return things that don't work. You know, luckily a lot of places that's different now, but yeah, it's just like expensive buying something that you get and then it doesn't work for you, or you think like you're doing it wrong, which is mostly how I was thinking about makeup until my burlesque journey. I was one of those people who never, like, I was one of those girls who never wore makeup in high school. The only times I wore makeup all through high school were if I were going to a concert or like a big performance. Other than that, I was no makeup every day. I didn't even wear sunscreen. Like, I didn't know you should be like cleansing your face and putting lotion on it or moisturizer and then using sunblock. Like, I didn't know any of that. I mean, I also didn't care at the time. Like, I had so much stuff going on, but yeah, now I know better. Put the damn sunblock on. Put the lotion and sunblock on. I just realized I didn't tell you what color I was using. But it's Pinkity Drinkity, which is this light baby pink here. It's like almost a beige, pale pink. So I've been using that pale pink. We did the dark purple on the outside, lighter purple on the more inside, and then the Pinkity Drinkity on the very inner side. And then I've been buffing it up along the underneath of the eyebrow and back to where this triangle is as well. So that now it's more of a fade. You can see, right? It goes from like dark purple to light, right? That's what we want. That's what I want. Maybe not you, but that's what I want. Also gonna take some of the Pinkity Drinkity and just buff it along the outside here. And soften some of that stuff. Okay, so yeah, we have this very large triangle going on, which is fine because I like it. And in the dark club with the disco lights, it'll be just the right amount. If I was going actually on stage, I would even do a third coat of that dark purple to make it even stronger. But you don't have to. I mean, you'll be able to see this from the stage, from the audience anyway. Just putting a little bit more pink in. Okay. Now I'm gonna show you, usually I will do this eye and then do like highlighter and go back and forth, or not go back and forth, but I am going to go back and forth so that I can show you kind of what the vision is for this one. So, the other thing I'm gonna do is do highlight in the inner corner here and underneath the like cusp, I don't know, this part this part of my eyebrow and on the top of it a little bit. So I read something that said that if you have hooded eyes, you shouldn't put like, you would think that you would put like highlighter all under the brow because you want it to like lift and look good, so you'd think like this whole thing needs to be highlighted. But for hooded eyes, I read that you should specifically be putting it right here, like under the arch of your eyebrow and slightly on top of that, and that's it. So just like there, not all the way down and around, which is what I was doing before I had my makeup education, and then I was wondering why it wasn't looking right. So for the highlight, we're gonna use this color called Ring Light right here. Boop. I'm aggressively getting in there. Okay, and then we're just gonna put it on the corner of the eye and those two places that I showed you. So I'm gonna try to look in the monitor, which is just a second desktop screen, but I'm calling it the monitor because I'm fancy. Okay, that's a little hard, so I'm gonna look down here. All right, so now I've got a little nice reflective highlight in the inner corner going slightly in, just slightly in, just a little bit. Okay, I'm just gonna put a little bit more on, and then the brow right under here, right up here. Okay. Yeah, you can see it. See? Boom. Boom. Boom, bam. Right? So that you can see how that like gives a little dimension, makes your face recognize it as like kind of a high point. So I'll just blend it just slightly because I just don't want it to be dot. So I'm just gonna blend, boop, 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 beep, boop, boop. And then another thing that I usually do is do a little tip of the nose. Ah! Almost dropped my brush, but I caught it. And then I also usually do a little right between my eyebrows. Boop, boop. And I just kind of blend it in there. So I got a little on the tip of the nose, so you can see that now. Got some up here, you're seeing that, right? And then I've just got a little up here. This one is for me. I just like putting highlight on my third eye. I think it's fun. Gotta put that lotion on your skin. You're right, Evan, as you know. As someone who struggles with dry skin, you know. You gotta put that lotion on. Alright, I'm gonna mute because I'm gonna sneeze. I lied. My sneeze got camera shy. Okay. Okay. So now that you've seen what I've done... Oh, I'm not done yet. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Now that you see what I've done, I'm not done. Let me pretend like that was all in the plan of the dialect. So the next pigment that I'm going to put on from this palette is called Artistry, and it is a purple shimmer. It's this one right here. Let me just move over for my vertical friends. So this one called Artistry. I'm gonna dip into it with my little flat brush. Move this plastic out of the way. Give a little tappy tap. And then I'm going to apply that to the lid everywhere I had the little, everywhere I had the lighter pigments. I'm just gonna look in my mirror while I do it. Okay. Excuse me. And then I just want to follow this like up and out shape. So I kind of turn to the side and then put this glitter on all the places that are lightly colored. And following that shadow up and out. Let me turn this off and see if you can see the glitter more. Oh, what a bummer. So it's not really it's showing up slightly. It just looks kind of wet in the camera right now, but this purple has purple glitter and then also some like blue. So I like to put it on heavier towards the lash line and where it's lighter, and then kind of follow out that purple. And it does have quite a bit of purple pigment in it. And then I'll flip the brush over. So this side was the side that had most of the purple pigment on it. So I flip the brush over once I'm done going over the dark stuff, and then use that to go over the really light stuff, because there's usually a little extra glitter and pigment on the other side, but not enough to like mess up everything what we just did. Okay, so we did that side, and I forgot that I wanted to blend it all one more time. And I'm also seeing like a little pocket here with the lighting. So that's interesting. Let me see if I can fix that. With some glitter. Fix it with glitter. Okay, that's okay. We'll figure out a fix for that as we go. So yeah, then the only other thing that I'm gonna do to this eye is bring the shadow down around the lower lash line. So I don't want to go too far down because I have like such big like swoops right here in my facial structure, that if I start going down too much, it's just gonna all settle like in this little pocket that I have. So I'm gonna use the darkest shade on the edge, and then the second darkest on the middle, and then the pink and the highlight towards the end. Okay, let me just hold this up. I also can't do anything to my eyes without making this face. So you're gonna see that a lot. And I'm sure you do the same thing. Okay? So we got dark to the boom. So if I look forward, it should be right about where my iris starts, which is hard to check when I'm trying to look in 4 different places. Okay. All right, so that part's on. Gonna wipe off my brushy. Brush. Go to my second darkest color. So again, this was the darkest. This is the second darkest. That's the third darkest. I'm sorry. This is the darkest, second darkest, lightest, and then glitter. Okay. saying okay like I expect you to answer me. Okay, so that part is on. Let's wipe off this brushy again. Oh, I did have a smaller smudge brush. Okay, going to the pink. And putting that on the inner third. And then I'm also going to use the pink to just kind of marry everything together, as they say, right? Those YouTubers. Okay, going back with the ring light. And I just want to put a little bit, just a little bit on the bottom, and I also just went boop 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 back on the top again. See, so it's a little bit more refreshed. Let me turn this off. So I'll get a little closer so you can see. And now everything is just kind of like blended together and has glitter on the top. Okay, so, let me bang around the microphone, and then, so I'm gonna do the same exact thing to this side, and then the eyeshadow should be done. I'm gonna take a quick little break and go refresh my water and use the bathroom, and then I'll be back and we'll finish this eye, and then we'll start the eyeliner, which is the other part that scares me the most. All right, so I'll be right back. Give me a quick 2 to 5 minutes. All right. Okay, I'm alive. I've got some water. I was able to check this out in another mirror. Let me put my headphones on so I can see if you can hear me. You can, okay. Oh, all right. So yeah, I was able to check this out in the bathroom mirror with some different lighting. And so it looks like there's like a little pocket of non-pigment, but this highlighter is just so good that it's reflecting that much light. When I look at it, excuse me, in the bathroom mirror, there's not this like absence of color, which I thought was happening. So that is very encouraging. It's looking great in the other mirror. So we're gonna keep going. So I was using this Sasha Kushik, or I'm so sorry, I'm pronouncing your name wrong, I know it. Sonia Kushik large eyeshadow brush from Target instead of the smudger brush by accident. You can see the difference between the two of them. So that's probably not the first time this has happened, and that's probably part of the reason why I have so much fallout sometimes when I'm trying to smoke my under eye. So if you have a big dippy under eye like me, get a thin smudge brush. But it didn't look too bad this time, so I might let it go. All right, let me do eyelash curler on this side. This is just like a cheap Revlon one. Probably the cheapest one I could get at the time. All right, just so I know that eye is like ready for everything else. Okay, so now I need to do everything I did to this side. We have our, let me turn this light back on. That was confusing for me. We have our darkest pigment on. So just checking in the monitor, checking in the mirror. Let me check the handheld mirror. Okay, yeah. So I'm just gonna, on this eye, we already have this purple here. So I'm gonna use that second purple, this color right here, and that pinkity drinkity, this light pink, and again this glitter pigment shadow, and then the ring light again. So this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one are all the pigments that I've been using. So we're gonna do that all on this side. I'm gonna turn the microphone off and the music up for a minute, and let's just jam and get this other eye done, and then we'll move on to eyeliner. I just remembered something that I wanted to say. Of course, right as soon as I'm like, let's jam, I'm gonna be quiet, I remember something I wanted to say. You don't have to like select a pigment, put it on, move to the next pigment, put it on. You can absolutely, and this is sometimes how I do it, just stamp all your colors on and then blend. It is a little easier to get control over, you know, what's being blended, at least in my opinion, which may or may not be right, to like stamp these colors on and then move on to the next one. But especially if I'm doing like a complex look or following a tutorial where somebody else is painting, there are times where I would just like stamp, 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 next color, stamp, 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 and then blend, 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 blend. Obviously, if you're blending, you don't want to blend the dark shadows into the light shadows. So you'd want to be mindful of blending the light shadows more into the dark. And if you want to give more of like a upward kind of snatched or more feline look, you would want to go light to dark and then up. So as you're blending, you would be blending out and up. So that's an option. If you're like, what color goes where? I don't understand. Same sometimes. And that's why I will just stamp it all on and then blend it. Especially if I'm in a rush or I'm having like high anxiety about not doing it right, which happens. Then I'll just be like, all right, stamp those 3 colors on and blend light to dark and up and out and just get on with my life, you know? Yeah. Oh, snatch it, honey, Evan says. I'd love to do your makeup someday, Evan. I think that would be really fun. Okay, so now the lightest pink, the pinkity drinkity, and just kind of stamping, stamp, up and out, following that crazy triangle V shape we made. Well, I made. I don't know if you made it, but I made it. And if you're following along with me, then you made it too. Maybe it's a different color. If you did follow along or watch this and find something helpful, please tell me in the comments what worked, what didn't. Also, please be kind. You know, just be kind and courteous in the comments. If there's something you don't agree with and you want to give me a constructive criticism, I'm completely open to that. But, you know, if you're just coming here to hate on me, then don't leave a comment. Yeah, just, you know, save it for yourself. Not everybody needs to know everything. I'm just kidding. If you have constructive criticism, I would love to hear it. If you hated everything I did and you want to say that in a nice and polite way, go for it. If you just want to leave a hate comment, please don't. And that's what I have to say about that. Okay. So I'm wondering if you can see the difference between the sides without the glitter on. And I'm wondering if I blast myself with even more light, if you'll see the difference. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. You see this glitter? Oh, it's so hard. It's so hard to get on camera. But it looks great in person, okay? And again, from the stage, I would do a 3rd coat of all those colors so that it was even more, like, obviously with these lights, I have a light over here. I have a key light from Elgato, a key light Air over here. So I am already getting blasted with a lot of light, just like stage. But seeing as the stage is even more light than this, like, I could probably simulate it a little bit with my key light over here. It's just going to continue to wash everything out. So sometimes when you're painting for the stage, if it looks insane in person, like if it looks like way too much makeup in person, that's probably enough. That's probably just enough for the stage. My light is deciding not to connect right now, so I'll have to, you know, do that another time. But you can imagine, like, with these lights, how much I'm already getting washed out. Stage lights, the more light that's on you, the more the color is gonna dissipate. So paint heavy and it'll be fine from the stage. Everybody, like, once you get backstage and you look at everybody else, it's kind of like, oh, when you're this close to someone talking to them and you're like looking at their face like, wow, yeah, that is a lot of makeup. Or you look at your own face and you're like, wow, that is a lot of makeup. It is, and it should be. It has to be in order for your face to look like a face from the stage, especially if you're trying to look like someone specific or a completely different gender, or, you know, a completely different species. So don't be afraid to paint heavy, is what I'm saying. And by paint, I mean put your makeup on. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Evan says, if I'm lucky, I'll get to put his makeup on. Ha ha ha. We'll see. Still have to go out and get, I would love to get you some like powder foundation, because I think you would love that. Don't be a dick. Yeah, exactly. Don't be a dick on my comment section. That's all I'm asking. I'm just trying to make sure people have the information they need to live their life. You know? Their best burlesque, drag, what have you life. Just like how I needed information. We all need information. You know? Why not just share it freely when you can? Especially if your friends and followers vote on it. They took the time to vote and tell me exactly what they wanted. We're gonna take the time to give them what they want. You would love that. I know. I've already started looking, because like I'm not sure if the Fenty one would be good for you or if the one size would be good for you. But I've already started looking, honey, so don't worry. I've got a couple of shades picked out that I think might work for your skin. I'm just checking this pocket area again. I think it needs a little bit more pigment, so I'm gonna go in with the second color and just get over that little brow bone hump there. Oh, and I forgot to blend the edges of everything with that pinky drinky color, so I'm gonna wipe off my brush and go along the outside edges with the lighter color. Tie everything in a little bit more and help blend this out. And blending is another thing that takes like a certain level of dexterity. So just do it however you can, you know. It was definitely hard for me to like make these little circles at first without like, you know, like really pushing hard. So yeah, little windshield wipers, little circles, however you can do it. You just kind of want to, like, not scratch, but shift the particles lightly, if that makes sense. Okay, so now doing the purple glitter with my very curved eyeshadow brush here. Yeah, we're gonna go over all the light stuff and into the dark stuff. I'm gonna turn the mic off and the music up for this, just to give my voice a break. I also just put a little bit of highlight in front of my eyebrow, just because I felt like it. I don't know if it'll do anything, like right here, but I did. So that's the thing. Okay, let me put myself back on mute while I get ready for the next step. So let's just take a quick vocal break. 1 second, friends. Okay. Oh, my microphone stand is very creaky. My goodness. All right. So, hopefully now you can see a little bit of an ombre going from like light white to pink to purple, right? I'm gonna keep doing this for just another second. Hopefully it's catching all the highlights. And there's lots of nice glitters on there. As you can see, got some highlights reflecting. Let's see how, I guess it's this eye, how there's no pigment like towards the inner corner, right? And then it gets darker as it goes out. That's the ticket. Okay. So yeah, when I look to the side, you can see you see it, yay! Yeah, so you can see it's very dramatic, right? And now we've got these bare lashes. So I'm gonna curl these ones. And we're gonna do eyeliner, and then mascara, and then eyelashes. And I have a really good tip for eyelashes too coming up. Okay. Just turn down the music just a hair. It's so loud in my headphones. There we go. Okay, so get closer. I'm trying. Okay, how was that eyelid tour? Did it work? Did you see it? All right. So now it's time for eyeliner. And this is the part where I really do get very anxious. So I'm gonna do my best. And you know, it is what it is. I've got quite a while before I need to get over to, yes, looks great. Thank you. Thank you, Evan. Thank you. Got quite a while before we need to get over to the show tonight, so got plenty of time to relax and do this eyeliner. Excuse me. All right, so obviously for eyeliner you need a waterproof eyeliner. So there are multiple options. They make pens like these in almost every size. They make brush tips, they make felt tips, they make tiny little micro ones, they make big ones. They even make a stamp that is a wing now that I would love to try. That's just like a triangle stamp that you just go boop and then you connect it with your other eyeliner. That would be awesome. Also, House Labs, which is Lady Gaga's makeup company, used to have eyeliner tail stickers. I don't know if they still have them or still make them. They were made by Face Lace, which is, I think, vinyl face applications. But they made it really easy to do a winged liner. They came in like short and long and one for each side of your face, but there were multiple pairs. And that really helped me figure out like where the wing goes, using those and being able to just like pick it up and place it if I did it wrong, rather than like freaking out and grabbing concealer and like, or just like wiping all the makeup off and starting all over again. So yay, we got our Tears of the Kingdom amiibos. So Evan was just coming in to show me that they were here. I'm very excited. I can't wait to play that game later tonight. Played a little bit this morning. It was great. So yeah, those stickers really helped because you could pick them up and place them back down with minimal like issues happening. The only thing that would happen is it might take off like the first layer of makeup and some of the stickiness would be lost. But I'm pretty sure you can reuse the stickiness on those. I'm just not sure how. So yeah, you can use a pen with any type of tip that you find works best for you, or you can also use a gel liner like this one. I have both and I use them both kind of interchangeably. I'm more familiar with the pen, so I tend to lean on the pen more than the actual gel liner. So the pen that I like to use is the KVD Tattoo Liner, and I've had this one so long that it still has the Kat Von D name on it, so that would tell you how long I've had this liner. I should probably throw it out for the health of my eyes, but I want to use everything that I can. So this one is a waterproof liner in a pen, and this tip is very, very small bristles in a line, basically. So these bristles are so fine you can't even see them, but it draws really well. It stays on really well, and it's easy to work with. If you were gonna do the gel liner, which is kind of like the pomade that we did before, this is also KVD Beauty. It's called Super Pomade in Graphite 80, which is black. And this KVD Tattoo Liner waterproof liquid eyeliner pen is in Trooper Black, which this is like the highest selling waterproof eyeliner thing you can get. So if you're gonna go with the gel liner, you again want to make sure that you're closing the lid every single time. You're not dipping into it, so open it, dip into it, close it right away. The brush that I use for this got a little messed up, but it's a Morphe M217 brush, and it has this angle and these very like sharp pointed bristles. They're not sharp to your face, but you know what I mean, like the shape is sharp. And that really helps you get a good fine line, and the angle of the brush is really helpful. Like if I turn to the side, you can see like this angle really does help do a lot of the work. Just sometimes when my hands are really shaky, doing the gel liner doesn't work as much for me, especially on high pain days. Usually on high pain days is when I start shaking. So on those days, I'll usually opt for the pen just because it's not as fine work for my hands. I can just like go swoop and deal with it rather than holding a thing and doing this and doing that. So yeah, I also got this second eyebrow brush from Makeup Geek, which is having a sale. Everything is like 75% off or more because they're closing. So I got this little double-ended eyebrow brush for $3.50. And part of me was thinking that this angled chiseled brush might be thin enough to be able to do gel just with a slightly different angle, you know. So I'm thinking if I should show you both. I might try to show you both, but I might just go with the pen. Sometimes I'll sketch things out with a pen and then go back over it in the gel liner because the gel liner is even more waterproof and viscous than the pen. But I think I'm actually just going to stick to the pen today. I'll just show you the pen in order to make life easier for myself. And I'll show you the pomade next time, or the gel lighting next time. The lighting got a little weird when you got close, but I could see the shimmer very well. Well, that's good. I'm glad that it worked and you could see the shimmer. The other thing I have ready during this stage is just a very small, very thin, flat makeup brush. This is the eyeliner size from Sonia Kashuk, the Target brand that I was talking about. So this tiny, very thin brush helps like trim up any lines or erase any lines that I've made in error with my eyeliner. And now I'm gonna stop stalling and now I'm gonna go, okay? Let me just move my mirror. So with my eyeliner, this is an area that I do use a template. So I usually take this brush, whether I'm using it or not, and I'll hold it up like this from my nose, from the outer corner of my nose to the outer corner of my eye and beyond. So everything that should be in line when I hold this is nose to corner of the eye to the end of the eyebrow. See that? Look at that. Boom. Okay. So now that tells me that my eyeliner is going to follow this same angle, basically. Because that is the optimal angle for my face. I look ridiculous doing this, but it's super helpful. The other thing you can do is make like guidelines, like a little template, which is exactly what I'm going to do now. So give me a second while I look down in order to do this. And I'm going to leave my eye open and just draw little lines. So I made a little line on the outside. You can kind of see two dots there, right? I made a little line there. So that's where I want my angle to go. But then I also need to know where my iris starts from the outside in and where it stops, because that's going to be the next points for my eyeliner. So I'm going to look directly into the mirror that's down here and put two little dots with my eyes open, staring straight into the mirror. Okay? So now you can see a very tiny dot right here and a very tiny dot right here. And if I open up my eye and look straight at you, it should match up with where my iris is. So that is my template. I don't want to go too dark in this inner corner. I do want to like line underneath it, and I'll show you what I do, my little trick for that. But I'm going to build this wing. Also keep your pen capped as much as you can in between if you're talking like me, and give it a shake to activate it. Okay, I'm going to turn this off so you don't hear me breathing like right in the microphone, and then I'll be right back with this wing. Okay, so now you can see I have a very thin eyeliner line. Ba-ba. And this hits all of the points that I had already sketched out. Now obviously it's not winged very far yet, right? So I'm just trying to get like the base template on. And I can see some spots where I need to apply more, so I'm going to do that. Okay. So the other thing when you have hooded eyes like me, and the reason why I'm sitting here squinting, when you do gel liner or gel pigments on your eyes, if you open your eye too fast, then that just transfers onto your eyelid hood, your hooded eyelid. So I tend to be extra careful and like close it and go like this. Or if I'm feeling extra sassy, I'll use this. Loud noise incoming. This is my Daft Boy fan, my welcome to the dark side Daft Boy fan, and I love it. I do use it quite often to dry my face in between using my makeup. Okay, so now that the gel is and the template is done, now I can wing it out more. So if I was going to be actually performing on stage, I would go big and long and heavy with my eyeliner. Because I'm off stage, I might do it a little differently. We'll see how it ends up. But either way, I'm going to create a nice line. And I'm going to, again, get very close to my mirror here. Okay. So now I'm just kind of creating a guideline that's going up. So I want to check the angle and make sure that it's lining up with what I want. And if you are using another brush and using a utensil, make sure you wipe it off before you put it on your face. You don't know how many times I've used this brush to check my angle, using this to draw on top of it, forget, and then I go to use it on the other side, and now there's a giant like black line where I don't want it because I didn't wipe the thing off, you know? So do that. Basically is what I'm saying. So yeah, I'm just checking the angle with my line, and if I take it away you can see that it is matched up. So now I'm just going to fill it in. All right. So this is a small little baby wing. I like it. Give me 2 more seconds and I'll open my eye. Let me just draw a little bit more while I'm waiting. All right. So now we have a wing. And you can see, like, watch when I go from my closed eye to my open eye, right? You can see how much of that eyeliner disappears when I actually open my eyes. So what I learned from TikTok a year ago was I can either do a very thin, like, little guy like this, or you can stack like 2 triangles on top of each other, basically. And where you cut out the triangle is where your fold begins. So you could do a larger, longer triangle here, and then it would cut down just like you see it here, and then flare back out and come back down again. So it's like like that. It's a little hard to describe, especially when you don't have a lot of words, but I know you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so that's good for right now. What I'm gonna do now is just see if I can match this on the other side. And if I can't, then I can build this one up to match it on the other side. So I'm gonna turn my mic off, turn the music up, and try to do the wing on the opposite side using all the techniques I just showed you. Okay, and I'll be right back. Okay, so as usual, my left eye got away from me. And I'm sure you can see that it is not beautifully sharp like the other side, right? My hand slipped a little bit. I have multiple lines. We're gonna fix that in just a second. But first, I'm gonna check that the width, the thickness around the rest of my eye is the same. Looks like it is. It's hard to tell on the monitor. I'm gonna look at my slightly delayed preview screen on YouTube here. Okay, yep, cool. Okay, so now let me do the inside here. So what I typically do on the inside, rather than continuing to line on the outer portion of the eyelid, what I will do is actually switch to the waterline. So right from where the iris stops and then it goes towards my inner eye, I'll stop lining on top of the lash line and start lining very close to or under, and then I switch to the waterline. And then typically in the corner, what I'll do is just continue to extend that line into the corner. So I have a little like pointier, more cat's eye-ish inner corner as well. So I'll do that. Unfortunately, I can't like do it up here in the monitor. So let me look down and then I'll show you. See the difference? It just kind of helps pull it in a little bit more and like finish the eyeliner look. Okay, so now we've got to fix this left side because it's not great. I have some gel eyeliner fallout. Okay. Let me just plan how to fix this one a little bit. Okay. So in order to fix the left side here, what I'm going to need to do is grab that trusty little tiny brush that I had, and I'm gonna put concealer on it, and then I'm gonna come over here and basically erase all of that so that it's more thin and matches the other one a little bit more. So I'm gonna work on these tails a little bit, and then I'll come back and we'll fix that one with some concealer. Okay? I also noticed some patchiness on the other eye, so I just went ahead and drew right over it, freshened that up before I get to the problem eye. And making sure to dry it so that it doesn't attach to the top of my lid. There we go. Okay, next side. closed my eyes a little too hard. Now they're watering. What the hell? Okay. All right, so the tails are kind of fixed. They should look a little more even now. If I could sit evenly. Okay. So, check it out. I'm a lot happier with those tails now, right? I bet you are too. Okay, so let's fix this situation that happened over here. Now, as we do that, I'm gonna tell you a story. A quick story. Once I find my concealer. Where did it go? Oh, it's right here. I know what things are, okay? So yeah, I'm gonna tell you a story about how I didn't know that concealer was basically the magic eraser for makeup. I didn't know that. I'm just gonna put the tiniest little bit of concealer on my hand, and then take that super flat, super tiny, thin brush and just drag it through. Make sure I'm holding it upright as I'm dragging it through, so that the concealer is only getting on the edge of the brush. And then I'll just come right over here and kind of stamp on the things that I want to erase, so that I know that they're gonna look like similar when I do that. Okay. So I'm seeing a little difference when I'm looking in my mirror down here between the two sides, right? So I'm also gonna clean up the other side a little, just by stamping like what I don't want. And then on this side, I know I'm gonna need more on the top, so I'm gonna do that right now. Okay. That looks a little bit better. Okay, cool. So then once I know, like, once I've stamped kind of everywhere that I want to erase, I'm gonna actually erase them now with my brush. And then I'll finish a story that I didn't finish telling you. See? We're getting somewhere. So yeah, I didn't know that concealer was basically like a magic eraser, you know. Because like I said before, it took me a really long time to get interested in makeup, to care about makeup. So I just thought that anytime anybody put on makeup, they just did it perfectly, and that I was supposed to like know how to do it perfectly. I didn't know that you could like go in and fix your mistakes. Go back and fix your mistakes. So for the longest time, I was really just like really afraid to do makeup and eyeliner, because I thought it had to be perfect, because I didn't know, like, people made mistakes all the time and then they would just erase it with concealer. I thought if you made a mistake, you would have to start all over again. And that is how I used to do my makeup. I would mess up and I would take everything off and start all over again. What? Who does that? Who does that? Me. Because I didn't know that you could use this as an eraser. But now I know. So to any of you out there who are scared to do any kind of makeup look because you're not like good at it or perfect, you have to practice. I still have to practice. I'm here practicing in front of you today. Came onto YouTube with a bare ass face to practice in front of you today. So yeah, you don't have to be perfect. You can just get some tools that work for you, that help you erase little lines, and you're golden. You can just sit there. Look, I didn't even have to, I just went boop, 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 and then I was done. Evan said, that sounds miserable. Yeah, tell me about it. No wonder you hated makeup. Yeah, because nobody told me. Nobody told me that you could just erase stuff. I didn't have a lot of help in the makeup department. So now that makeup is like fun and everywhere and everyone has a YouTube channel telling you how to do it, it's a little bit easier for me to do it. All right. So, I'm checking out my wings here, checking on my time here. I should really wrap this up. So, we're gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna do just a little bit of a line underneath just to kind of connect these shapes to the lower lash line. Then I'm gonna do mascara. We're gonna do lashes, quick contour, blush, and then lipstick, which usually takes me a while. So, we are almost done here. Almost done, we're getting there. Let me take a little drink. All right, so let me do these lines down here. See what I'm saying? Okay, just a little bit. That's perfect. Then I'm going to take my brush that had all the pigments on it before, and just the eyeshadow pigments, and just like brush lightly where I put that concealer, just so it all goes with that, you know, under eye smoke. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so eyeliner is done. Eyeliner is done. Let me put that nice new brush back in its nice new bag so that I know it's nice and new next time I go to possibly use it. Where is the opening? Jeez. Okay, you don't want to hear a bunch of plastic. Hold on. There we go. There we go. So yes, no wonder I hated makeup. That is why I hated makeup. Evan, now you know. I was just like, what? How are people so good at this? How do they never mess up? Now I know. They did mess up. They always did mess up. They just never let anybody know that they were messing up. Opening AS? I don't know what that means. Oh, opening plastic ASMR. Yeah. I'm sure that that is something for someone. YouTube recommended chalk crushing for me the other day. Chalk crushing ASMR. And I'm not a big ASMR person. So I was like, sure, I'll check it out. The chalk crushing got me. I was like, oh, it sounds so cool. So right now I'm just putting on mascara on my natural lashes. Having trouble with my headphones. Okay. So now you can see big difference. I'm using the Anastasia Beverly Hills Lash Brag Volumizing Mascara. This is not waterproof. I do not recommend this for stage. The reason why is, for me, I've noticed that it will often start flaking, like those really tiny particle flakes. It will often start flaking and then I'll get fallout. It's really hard to remove And even after I remove it with waterproof mascara remover, there's usually some left. So I'm gonna try to put a little bit more in the corner here. So it's hard with my headphone on. And let's see. Yep. Can you see that? I'm gonna have to put more foundation on where my headphones were because it went here and now that is hysterical. Okay, now I know. So yeah, I do not recommend this one for the stage. This one was given to me by my lovely sister-in-law. Shout out to Emily. Hold on, I'm concentrating. Ah! Making my eyelash face. 1 second. Okay. So we did mascara on the top, a little mascara on the bottom. I'll usually dip into the mascara. Don't pump because that just forces air in and that's not good for your product or your eyes. So I just do a sane little dip in and then I'll usually like get the little extra off on the side. And then I'll do the upper lashes. And then after I've done that, I'll do a little quarter turn and then do the bottom lashes. And then usually when I'm all done, I try to scrape the stuff off the sides and get it back in there. Okay, let's just check this out. I'm gonna use my tiny little Nars mirror. Okay, cool. So mascara's on, eyeliner's on. Awesome. So yeah, this is a good one for like going around doing stuff, but don't recommend it for stage. Get yourself a waterproof mascara for stage, and make sure you have something to remove it with. Micellar water or organic cold pressed coconut oil works so well. That's what I use to take my makeup off. And it's skin safe unless you're allergic to coconut. Obviously don't do it then. Okay, so we're gonna put some lashes on. So the lashes I'm obsessed with now are the Queen Studio Queen Herbie eyelashes. I believe, what's it called? It's in the description below. Everything's in the description, but I want to tell you what they are called. So these are the 3D Silk Lashes in Dividends. And they are a flared size. They are cut to my eye. I did cut them already to the shape of my eye, size of my eye, which is another thing I didn't know until I started doing makeup for the stage, is that you have to cut the eyelashes, the fake eyelashes, to match your eyelid size. So make sure, if you haven't been doing that you try it out. Your eyes might be the perfect size for the full lash, but more often than not, they're not. So I'm just grabbing the eyelash carefully, gently, lovingly out of the container and then holding it with the band up. And then this is my Duo vitamin infused eyelash glue in white. And then I just paint along the strip of the eyelash. Trying not to get it, so you want to paint all up here. See where this like white / blue stuff is? That's the actual glue. The reason why I choose the white one over a black eyelash glue is because it starts blue, and then when it's ready to apply, it becomes clear. And that's just a lot easier for me, especially as someone who's more of a beginner, to know when it's ready. So it usually does take a couple minutes. So I will paint these guys, making sure I get a good amount of the glue on both of the ends too, making sure the ends are really saturated. Okay, so it looks like that. So you want to try to just get it on the band, which is the reinforced part, because if you get it lower than that and start getting it on the lashes, your lashes and those lashes will glue together, and then when you go to take them off, if you're impatient, you will pull off your real lashes, and that hurts. But it will happen, just like I know that eventually I'm going to glue an eye shut, because everybody does. So, yeah. I like the Duo gel. I tried, like, the e.l.f. eyelash glue. It didn't work for me. So, I stick with the Duo stuff. A trick I learned about fake eyelashes is to take a bobby pin, like this, and then open it up, like go, like that. And then you end up with this, right? And this little end, the little end of the bobby pin here, you want to remove any hair and then just paint the little end with a little glue. Boop. And then you take that and you're gonna dot kind of the same places that we put the eyeliner, on the inside of the iris, the outside of the iris, and then up and away. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to look into my little tiny mirror here. Okay, so I have my 2 dots placed on my iris, not on my iris, but on the lash line, using my iris kind of as a template. And now we're going to go up and away. I'm going to redo that second one, and then up and away. Boom. Okay, so this is a little hard to see, but I have 3 whitish / blue glue dots. So what that is going to do is give the fake lash a place to anchor onto, and it is game changing. If you have been putting on lashes without doing these 3 little dots, try the 3 dots and then let me know. Then let me know. Let me know what changes for you. So I'm gonna prep my little pin with more glue and do the other side. Add a little bit more glue, and then we'll go up and away on the other side. I gotta say, this little Nars bronzer compact has a nicely magnified little mirror for me for this moment. I will remember that. Okay, and now we're going up and away. Boom. Okay. And the glue on this side that we did first is already starting to cure, so it's already turning transparent. Okay, so I'm gonna put the lash glue off to the side because sometimes I do need it afterwards. Excuse me, little burp. Okay, so now what do I need to do? So now what I'm going to start doing, while I'm waiting for those to finish drying, I'm going to put away my concealer and my eyeliners. I'm going to leave my lash glue out, like I said. What I am going to be bringing with me tonight to just do touch-ups, in case you're curious or interested, is the Fenty Pro Filt'r Soft Matte Powder Foundation in 120 again. This is what it looks like, and it comes with a little sponge. Rihanna thought of everything, so, you know. So I will use this for touch-ups throughout the night. That's just a really easy boom, 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 bam. Get it done, get it done. I feel like I'm missing something with the eyes, but it's probably just the lashes that are waiting to dry. Okay, so yeah, I've got what I'm bringing with me. I'm gonna bring my lipstick with me, of course, to touch up. All right, let me get all my complexion stuff ready over here. I'm gonna run to the bathroom one more time, and then we'll finish this look. We should be done by about 5. All right, so let me take another quick 2 minutes, and then I'll be back. These eyelashes will be, the glue will be ready. I'll put those on, and then we'll do the rest of the complexion. Be right back. All right, we're almost there, people. Okay, so I have returned, and yes, my eyelashes are ready to go. You can test that by just giving them a little touch. Don't touch them too much though, because then you'll, you know, you wear out the stick. So I have 2 little tools that I like to use. First are an angled pair of tweezers, and then I also got this in a package, I think an Ardell magnet lash package or something, but it has these like curved pushers, pincers, that I really like for smooshing the two together. The tweezers are good for placing, in my opinion. So because these are flared, we are going to grab them by the middle, and you can see they're shorter on the inside and longer on the outside, right? So you want to put the shorter piece closer to the inside of your eye. I'm also going to use another trick that I learned, which is to grab a small mirror, hold it in front of you and down. So it's and this is a bronzer, but you know, this is a mirror, and I'm holding it down to where I can just look down and see my eye, and then trying to line up in the middle, and boom. I get the middle on first, and then I go to the edges. See how easy? Even for me, like I know nothing about fake lashes, but putting those 3 dots on and then using a small mirror like down here, and then I have to open these ones a little bit before I push down, but I'll try to show you from the side so you can kind of see what's going on. Okay, so the front and the middle are smushed together. Smush the ends without poking myself in the eye. It's really hard with these headphones on. Hold on, let me expose that unpainted side of my face. Okay. I feel it coming off a little bit in this corner, but I'm not too concerned about it. I'll tell you why in a second. Okay, yeah. So I just missed, I needed a little glue just further down to where the lash line starts, and I just missed that part a little bit. So I am going to try to put a little bit there. I'm going to take a fresh bobby pin, grab that glue that I didn't put away, put a tiny bit on the end. There's a big glob coming off. There we go. Okay, and I'm just going to try to touch that part to the very front without gluing my eyes shut. Boom, did it. Nice. Alright, sweet. Okay. So now you can see what the eye is gonna look like completely finished. But what a difference that an eyelash makes, right? Look at this side. Look at this side. Right? For all his faults, James Charles did teach me quite a bit about makeup years ago. I believe it was him that said, like, if you think you're bad at makeup, it's probably just because you're not wearing a fake lash. And I was like, what a bunch of bullshit. And then the first time I tried false lashes, I was like, oh, that's why I feel like I'm so much worse than everybody else. Like, look at what a huge difference it just makes. Like, whoa. Nuts, right? Okay, let's do this side. So again, looking in my mirror, let's move this so you can hear me. Looking down, eye open, holding it in the center. Aiming for the center first. Center is secure. And now for the other parts. Okay, and that's done. Ta-da! So now I just gotta squish them together. Make sure they're both pretty much in the same place, which they are, which is good. And then the reason why I did the last ones, the last glue dots up and away, is because when you place the lash slightly above your lash line on the ends, but on your lash line in the middle and the interior end, it helps exaggerate that shape, right? So I'll try to get close and I'll show you, but let me squish this one down first. And by squish, I mean I'm just pressing the fake lash and the real lashes with the mascara on it together so that they can become one. So one sec. Okay, so funny story. The same thing happened on this lash where I was just slightly, see it kind of falling off. And the interior corner there. Okay. So I just missed a little bit with my glue dot. So no big deal. I'm gonna make another glue dot. And I'm gonna glue those two together. 1 second. Okay, cool. So I glued that down. I need a little bit more smoosh on this outside. Ow. Stabbed myself in the eye. Again, different eye this time. Okay. We're looking smushed. We're looking floofed. All right. So now what I want to do, let me get a little close. Hold on, let me put my eyelash specific tools away so they don't get lost in the shuffle. Okay, cool. I also realized that the top of this box is magnetic, which means that the side of this box is magnetic. So I can hold other bobby pins right there, waiting for the next time I need a bobby pin. It's great. And this tool, like, you don't need this. You can use your tweezers. I have just poked myself in the eye with them and they happen to be really sharp. So I like to use the plastic to smush it. That helps me a little bit more. Okay, so eyelashes are done. If you like these eyelashes, they are one of the items that my affiliate code will work on for Queen Studio. And I left all the information in the description down below. You can use my link, which is qvenstudio.com/Selena Starkiller, I believe. Let me check that really quickly now that I'm telling it to you. Either way, the code that you want, yep, queenstudio.com. Oh, it's a little bit It's a little bit more than that. So it's QVEEN_ref equals star killer, and that's STARKILLR. And then the code to get 20% off your entire purchase is StarKiller20. There is no E in Star Killer. It's KILLR, okay? So KILLR 20, it's all in the description. So make sure if you want to get something, you don't have to get anything. But if you want to get something, you can use my affiliate link and my affiliate code. I will get a little present from them for it, a little kickback, and that helps support more hangouts like this. And you're helping to support a small business, which is always nice. So if you decide to, make sure to use my link and my code, save yourself some money, and support me and a small business. Yay! So these lashes came from there. I love them. And now, excuse me, what we're gonna do is take that black liner back out, and let me get close to the camera here. Okay, so you can see where I have lifted the lash up and away, right? There's like a little bit of space that you're seeing right here where my fingernail is, right? So I'm just gonna go in with the eyeliner and color that space darker quickly. I also went back over the interior corner a little bit just to darken it up. I guess I could do this up here with this so you can see. Oh, it's finally happening! The pen is finally running out. After so long. It heard me talking about it. Okay, whoops. I went to go over this and went a little wide. Hold on. Oh no. Okay. So I went back over the top. You can kind of see how it's a little ripply there. I went back over the top because I just felt like I needed to. And now I'm going to do the same thing over here. And then I'm going to kind of push the lash back up. Also, if you use the white eyeliner glue and when you look down you can see some white, you can always just take your gel liner or your liner pen and just go back over it, and that'll color it black so you don't see it. Okay. Okay, yeah. That's much better. Okay, so the eyes are done, the face is done, the base is done. The lashes are done. So now all we have left is the very funnest of things. Contour. So, contouring quickly. I have the Fenty Beauty, the Fenty Beauty Match Stick in Matte Skinstick in Amber. So, this one, what I'll usually do is rub a little bit of it on the back of my hand just to warm up the formula. I saw Fenty Beauty artists doing this backstage for a runway, so now I do it. But I don't just like let this go to waste. I'll show you what I do with it later. So now I'm gonna contour. So I'm gonna have to remove my headphones for this. So I will go back in and fix these areas, but we're gonna contour first. So I do my big forehead. Like that, like a little headband. And then I do a little bit on the sides of my nose. Just a quick little boop up. And a little underneath. Boop boop. And then I do my jawline. I'll actually look in the monitor for this. No, I'll look down here. Right from my ear to my chin. And I like to follow my facial skeleton, I guess, my jawline. And then I'll sometimes cheat up the side a little bit, just slightly, so that it makes this more snatched. And then I'll check to make sure I didn't give myself any weird bumps. Okay, that's good. Warm it up a little bit more, and then come in and cut my cheeks. Oops. Get your hair out of the way first. Okay, I'll put the lid back on, and this is where I bring back my little Fenty blender, and I use the little butt end, the little round end, to buff out all the contour. Sorry, words are hard after being live for almost 4 hours. So now I'm just gonna blend. And I'm doing like a combination of tapping, but then also like sweeping gently kind of back into my hairline, but without like digging in. And this is the part where my hand always gets tired, my arm gets tired. So, let me do my nose, because I always forget. Okay, we got a little tiny nose contour. Well, not a tiny nose made out of contour, just a little bit of nose contour is what I mean. Because I know some people like to contour their nose real tiny. Okay, going over the cheeks. And then we'll do the chin, and then I'll show you what I do with this stuff. Or actually, I'll show you now. So this stuff that I warmed up on my hand, I'll just pick it up with my sponge. And then incorporate it into the cheek area. Boop, boop, boop. See that? Nothing goes to waste. Okay, I'm gonna do this and let you listen to some music. Okay, so now you can see there's like actual shading going on. I don't look just flat white anymore. There's actually some depth. There's shading here. There's a little bit of shading on the side. Sorry, I'm getting confused by the by the mirroring again. Okay, now we're gonna buff all this out so I don't just have a brown chin strap. And you'll see how snatched my jawline gets. So yeah, if you can do, oh, I forgot the music was up, so sorry. If you can do a patting motion, that is the best way to do it, because then you're not shifting any of the makeup underneath. But sometimes like patting straight up and down gets really hard for me. So sometimes I kind of resort to doing like a quick little flick that you're seeing me do now. It's not even like this exaggerated, it's just like just a little flick and pat. So that helps when my arm gets tired, especially. And the cream makeup sticks and contours will take more effort to apply and blend. Will blend especially than something powder. So keep that in mind too. Oh, I forgot all about this, the size from the, okay, so I'm gonna be wearing my sideburns down today to help with the, oh, I have my mixer in my way, that's why I can't see it. To help with the headphone gap that I forgot about. And I'll just put some of the powder foundation over it if I notice anything once we're actually at the place. I am noticing, however, a little bit of band here, so I'm gonna pat away. Fast pat. Okay, cool. So now that we did cream, I'm going to go over all of it with powder so that I'm setting the bronzer, the sculpting with more bronzer basically. And this is Nars Laguna. Nars bronzer in Laguna. And these tiny little compacts are awesome. They're soft touch on the outside, which is so cool. But the mirror on the inside is like just magnified enough to give you enough detail if you're on the go. So once I'm done with these little pans in here, I'm definitely gonna save the pan and this and reuse it for anything my little heart desires. Okay, so now I'm just grabbing a little bit of this pigment, tapping off the brush. I'm using an angled brush, and I'm gonna start with like these patches of my hairline with the darkest, and then as the pigment is getting used, I'll go back over my head, if that makes sense. And I'll just kind of hold my hair out of the way for this one. See how we have more shading going on here now? My head looks slightly smaller. Okay. And then I just kind of bring it down. I know there's no pigment on the brush anymore, so I'm just kind of moving it around up here. Just to blend it a little bit. See that? Look at that. Beautiful. Okay. Tapping a little bit more. And with this Nars bronzer, It's very pigmented, so you don't need a lot. And that's why it's, you know, more expensive than like e.l.f. or something like that. Sometimes paying more is worth it, sometimes not. So you just kind of gotta, this is how I'm holding my hair back. I know it's weird. But yeah, you just kind of gotta play with things in different tiers. Okay, that's looking good. It's a little lower than I would have liked. Usually I like to go straight to the jawline, and it got a little low on me. But that's okay, I'll show you actually how you can fix that. I'm gonna take my powder foundation and try to line it up without a mirror. And just pat. Okay. There we go. That softened it a little bit, brought some life back to the area. Let's do the other side with bronzer. Thank you for hanging out with me today, everyone. Whether it's today or day after, month after, year after, welcome. I'm happy to have you here. I'm happy to be here. Let's be real. I'm just happy to be here. What is that? Oh, I thought it was a giant bump in my hair, but it's my bun. Okay, let's keep going. Almost done. Okay. Beautiful. I'm gonna just kind of drag that bronzer up a little bit to the temple. Let me check this side. Can't see it in the mirror, so I'm gonna watch it on the preview with a delay. Oh, the delay's pretty long on this. Interesting. Well, I'll just go ahead and dot. Beep bop bop. Pat that on so it matches the other side. Okay, nose. I almost forgot the nose. I've been contouring just the sides and then taking bronzer, starting on the sides, and then just doing the whole nose. So I'll go boop boop, boop boop, zoo. Just like that. And then my nose is like semi-contoured, but also like warm. And I got my little highlight from when we did our highlight. Feels like hours and days ago. Okay, bronzer's done. So that's good. Now we do blush. Two things that I've been doing for blush. I have been doing the Nars liquid blush in Orgasm. This one I just started using, so I need a little bit more practice with it before I can be an expert on it. But the liquid blush is really cool. You like only need like a tiny, like the amount of glue that ends up on that pin for my eyelash is like the amount that I need. Other than that, I have been using the Nars blush in Orgasm X, which has a little extra shimmer to it. But look what happened. It got smashed. So I did find out how to fix this, and I'm gonna make a little video on how to fix this, and hopefully I don't ruin that entire blush because it's not cheap. But you know what? Today, actually, let's do the liquid. Let's do the liquid. Let's do something else. Okay? So we're gonna shake it up a little bit, and then I'm just gonna do like the tiniest pump ever, kind of like how we did with the Louise base. You see that? Like, I'm not lying. The tiniest pump ever. And then I don't know the best way to do this, so I have just been putting it on my little ring fingers, trying to make sure I have an even amount, and then just tapping it where I want it. See? There's like a couple dots. And then I've been using my whole hand to just like spread it out and blend it, I guess. Okay, so you have a very small amount of pigment on. I will definitely show that again some other time when I have a little bit more confidence in it. I'm gonna go back into my good old broken blush here. I'm gonna use my blush brush, which is shaped like this, and just kind of tap into it. And I'm using that washcloth that I have off to the side to just kind of take some clumps out and hopefully even it out a little bit, because it's hard to like get a smooth amount of makeup on there with it all chunky. So now I'm just going over the powder, going over the liquid with powder. Powder blush. We did cream bronzer with powdered bronzer, and now it's liquid blush with powder blush on top. Okay, starting to see some color. Okay. And I like to go higher up on my cheekbone. And as Trixie Mattel says, marry the blush into the bronzer. Okay. We're looking blushed. Again, if you are going on stage, you feel free to add as much as you want, so they can really see it in the back row. Okay, but you can tell that there we go. If I turn this light off, you can see there's brush, and then there's bronzer, and you know what I mean. Brush and bronzer. Blush and bronzer, and everybody's happy. Okay, let's do a little bit of blush on the tip of the nose. Boop. 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 Oh, I love the way this brush feels. Okay. Oh, it's almost 5 o'clock. All right, I'm gonna get going. Okay, so contouring's done, blush is done, eyes are all done. We just need a little bit of highlighter. I have the Fenty Beauty Matchstick Shimmer Skinstick in Starstruck. And so I'm gonna do the same thing down here where I haven't had bronzer, and you could see the highlight on it. And I'll do kind of the same thing, rub it on my hand. Then I'm just gonna take one of my sponges and just go over this part of my face. Okay, so you might be able to see a little bit of a shimmer. Maybe not, we'll see. Can I see it down here? See a little bit of shimmer. Okay. So everything's done. Highlights done. The only thing we need to do is lips and setting spray. This is the Kimchi Chic Stage Proof Matte Setting Spray. And I'm going to set all of this right now. If you do body makeup, make sure you set the body makeup, even if it's just here like me. Also, you can set in between stages too. So you can like do your liquid foundation, and then if you're going to move on to cream or powder, you can use a setting spray first and then do that. I've heard that it works better and makes your makeup last longer. I just haven't tried it myself yet. Oh, there's so much blush crumbs everywhere. Oh my gosh. Okay, so almost done. Let's do the lip. So I've got my Fenty Beauty Powder Foundation that's coming with me, and now it's time to do the lip. So through all that, this Bath by Bex CBD grapefruit chapstick has kept my lips moisturized and nice and tasty. So this whole time, what did I put it on? Like 2 hours ago? This whole time, dude. Okay. Now, I was sharpening my lip pencil earlier, and it's the Queen Studio SOS lip liner. The color is called SOS. I was sharpening it in my lip liner sharpener and had a bunch of extras because I don't know how to sharpen either, apparently. So I had a bunch of extra, and I was like, well, I don't want to waste it. So I found this tiny little brush in my kit, and I'm gonna try to put it on with the brush, see how it goes. Okay, this is actually way easier for me than using a pencil on my lips. So I'm just like dipping into the top of this sharpener that I had and making it work. Oh, a little crooked in some spots, but that's okay. I'm gonna continue to line. Somehow I always like, it's just like color in the lines, and I can never color in the lines. Okay, so where's that brush that I had as my eraser? Let's get that. Alright, so I'm gonna work on erasing that later. Let's just finish the lining. This is a very delicate process. Okay, I'll be right back so I can get real close to my mirror. Hold on. Okay. So I also heard that making little lines like this helps when you put the lipstick on. It helps to make it look like your lips are more full. I don't know if that's true or not. But anyway, here's the lip liner that I'm using the actual way it was meant to be used now. Let me open up my bronzer. Okay. Lipstick is also usually very hard for me, so it's very possible that I might make a mistake in this era or this step. So now I'm taking my Queen Studio Satin Matte lipstick in Monroe, and after I put this on, I'm gonna separate my lips for a little bit and let them dry, because I just noticed that helps with the longevity. So excuse me while I concentrate way too hard on this lipstick. Okay, that's enough of that. Also, sorry, I didn't realize that it wasn't muted when I started fanning. Okay. Let's do the top lip. All right, everybody, hold on to your seats. Yay, I did it. Okay, so I'm going to take that little brush I was using before to line my lips. And I'm just going to like scrape off a little bit of the pigment onto the side of the tube, of the lipstick tube, and then I'm just going to take from there with my little brush. Now I'm going to close it back up with the applicator so it doesn't get too dry. I took a second little amount and I'm going to go back in there. Dry. Ah! Almost pulled my camera out of my computer. All right. Voila! The look is done. So, this was the first time I've ever applied any lip products with a brush, and I'm really glad I tried it because that actually helped a lot. Sometimes when I use the wands and the pencils, like, because I get nervous, my hand starts shaking, and then more often than not, you will see me with a non-great looking lipstick, and it's been the bane of my existence for a little bit, but this brush has saved the day. So, again, the lips, Queen Studio SOS Lip Liner, Queen Studio Monroe Satin Matte Lipstick, and then for the lashes, Queen Studio Dividends. They have them in refills, so they don't come in this container. I think they're just like a plastic with shrink wrap. But if you can get the little box, this little box is awesome. It's perfect. It's got a little string for you to pop everything out. I can fit my little glue and my little bobby pins in there, and you can stick bobby pins to the side. How about that? So all three of these products I am an affiliate for Queen Studio. My link is in the description below, and I'll put it in a pinned comment as well. Feel free to go shopping on the Queen Studio website. They have lots of lipsticks, lip liners, and satin matte lipsticks. I will be graduating to the same color. I think I'm getting the same color in the regular lipstick. So I'm going to try that out and let you know if it lasts better than the liquid, the satin matte. I think it probably will. But for just like going out, this one's pretty good. Bring it with you. You will need to touch up, especially if you're eating or drinking. But for performance, this one is pretty good. You can still get away with it. You're just going to have to touch it up. Sometimes I'll even powder over it just to help it last a little bit longer. But I'm excited to try the regular lipstick and see what it's like. So yeah, if you would like to purchase any of those items from Queen Studio or anything from Queen Studio Makeup, please use my link below in the pinned comment or the description and use my code STARKILLR, STARKILLR 20 to get 20% off your order. Yeah, and that, of course, no purchase necessary. And if you do use those links and the coupon code, it is an affiliate deal. So that'll be a good way to support me, to support Queen Studio, and support a small business and Queen Herbie if you like Queen Herbie. So, other than that, pretty much everything I used today is my ride or die. It has been used to create every stage makeup look you've seen so far. So, with that being said, it is now time for me to get dressed and go to this lovely show tonight. We're going to Scandalous Saturdays, which happens every second Saturday of the month at Troop 420 in Norwalk, Connecticut. And it's burlesque, it's go-go, it's boylesque, it's everything all wrapped up into one. Marvin the Professor is the producer who's been doing a great job with it. And yeah, I'm excited to specifically see Kate Beyond and Magical Girl Ebony tonight. I can't wait to watch them perform. Let me show you what I'm wearing because it's so fun. It's Cats in Space. It's a Cats in Space dress. And it looks good with this makeup too. But yeah, I got this beautiful Cats in Space dress with pockets at the Goodwill for $7. So I'm super excited to wear it. It's going to be so comfy and so cute. And I've got pockets to put things in. I'm going to be taking my Fenty powder with me as I go. And where's my lipstick? And my lipstick and that little brush because it was so easy to put on with that. and put that in my bag when I go out, and I'll do my little touch-ups out there. But yeah, if I was gonna go on stage, this is pretty much exactly the way I would do it. Maybe putting a little bit heavier eyeshadow on and a little bit heavier contour and blush. But other than that, that's exactly how I do it. And as soon as anything changes, I will re-record and let you all know exactly what I'm doing so I can help spread the knowledge. So yeah, I want to thank Evan, Super Ninja Evan, my wonderful husband, for being here to support me. Oh, excuse me, there's that sneeze that was hiding before. For supporting me and helping me check levels and writing in the chat. I want to also thank anyone who stopped by. I saw a couple people pop in and pop out. Thank you for stopping by and just checking out what's going on. And if you're here on the replay, thank you for hanging out with me on the replay and, you know, spending time with me when you can. I always appreciate the support. So now I'm gonna go support my local community and some people that I'm really excited to see perform and hang out with my husband in real life, not just in the chat. So yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope this was helpful. Please leave me any suggestions that you would like me to see, or things you would like me to do, or suggestions you might have on upgrading my routine, or any comments, questions, concerns. Feel free to leave them below. Please remember, I am a human being, so be nice. Please be nice to everyone in this community as it starts to grow. And yeah, also don't forget to wash the back of your hand if you use the back of your hand as your makeup palette, as I sometimes do as I'm running out the door. I'm like, I forgot to wash my hand. Wash your hands, be nice to each other, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks so much. Have a great day, everyone. I really appreciate you. Have a good day. Bye. Bye. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye, bye.